All right, it is a weather impact alert day. I'm meteorologist Trevor Burchett. Thank you for joining us on ABC 24 Plus, Facebook, YouTube, wherever you're streaming right now. We're going to give you a quick update on what we're expecting later on this afternoon. Now, we did actually already have some thunderstorms this morning, but that was just kind of the appetizer to what is coming later on today. We do expect some more rough thunderstorms later this afternoon and continuing into the evening hours. Let's take a look at that weather impact alert and just kind of give you an idea of what we are expecting. Again, the biggest concern today is going to be with that risk of severe thunderstorms and probably a little more stout than what we saw earlier this morning. Really expecting this between 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. So this is going to be a little bit of a break between those morning storms, and then we are going to see more develop as we go into this afternoon. I think this afternoon round going to be a little stronger. Again, damaging wind gusts and hail are possible. We also can't rule out some tornadoes and a couple of the strongest thunderstorms today. We're going to be watching that very carefully. Latest severe weather outlook just updated from the Storm Prediction Center. No changes to it, though. Still a level 3 out of 5 severe weather risk for Memphis and all of the Mid-South. So it's kind of right there in the middle, a medium risk. What that means is severe weather is not going to happen everywhere today. These are going to be scattered storms at first, so it's not going to storm in every neighborhood. But if you do happen to see a thunderstorm, it will at least have the potential to be severe, especially with damaging wind gusts and hail. But tornadoes also can't be ruled out. Here's the clouds and radar loop as of about 11:38. Again, there's the early morning round of thunderstorms we had. That produced some wind damage down near Byhalia this morning. That has cleared out, and now we're in this break. Look right over Memphis. You can kind of see we're getting a break from the cloud cover. We have nice sunny skies right now as we look outside, and that is kind of the in-between between the two storm systems. What that's actually going to do is just allow for more thunderstorms to develop later on. So as we look live in Cordova right now, yes, we do have some clouds, but we also have some sunshine peeking through. All of that sunshine, along with that warm southerly breeze, that just helps to heat up and add more humidity to the air, and that is going to add even more storm energy. We already have plenty of it right now, where you see those yellows and reds showing up. There's just a ton of storm energy for these storms to work with, but that sunshine's just going to add more storm energy for those storms to really get going and develop. I do think we're quiet for at least the next hour. I think things are really going to get going by 1:30 or 2 o'clock, and then those storms will continue. Once they fire up in eastern Arkansas, they'll move across the river into Memphis by about 3 or 4, and then continue into West Tennessee and North Mississippi through about 6 o'clock. I do think by 6 p.m. these storms are done, so this is not going to last too long tonight, but by 6 p.m. this is pretty much out of here. I'll show you that a little better on the hour-by-hour rain chances. Again, quiet now. By 3 or 4 o'clock, we're really in the middle of it, and then overnight tonight, rain chances level off and go down. So it's going to be ending up being a pretty quiet night after 6 p.m. once these storms clear on out of here. So here's the hour-by-hour radar. Again, quiet for now, but we're going to start things off at 1 p.m., and you can already see some of those thunderstorms starting to develop. That's going to be kind of the initial zone from just south of Little Rock near Pine Bluff up to Little Rock, Lone Oak, eastern Arkansas. That's where those storms are going to first develop. Now I'm going to play this through an hour. Watch how quickly they get going. This is now 2 o'clock. Storms really start to ramp up in eastern Arkansas by 2 o'clock, and then they continue to gain intensity as they line up along the Mississippi River. I think by 3 p.m., these storms are going to be right up and down the river. So Dyersburg, Ripley, Covington, Atoka, Millington, Memphis, DeSoto County, down into the Delta. That's when we're going to see our worst weather right around 3 or 4 o'clock. Now, by 4 o'clock, it should be done in Memphis. So we're looking at a small window, about an hour, that these storms are going to pass through. So Memphis between about 3 and 4. And then after that, it'll be more of a western Tennessee, northern Mississippi thing. So 4 p.m. into Oxford, Holly Springs, Bolivar, Jackson, and then closer to Selmer and Corinth by about 5 or 6 o'clock, eventually clearing out. So this is 6 p.m. You see how quickly those storms clear out of here. And then again, the rest of the night is going to be nice and dry, a little cooler tonight, actually. So between 2 p.m. and 7 p.m., we have the risk of severe weather today. High wind gusts and hail are likely in some of the storms. We can't rule out a tornado. Now, again, I want to say That does not mean storms will happen in every single neighborhood. These will be spotty storms. There will be some neighborhoods that probably miss out on the thunderstorms today, but I think a good chunk of us will see those storms. And if you do see a storm, it will have the potential to be severe. So make sure you're staying informed. Make sure you know how to get your weather alerts. You need to have multiple ways to get weather alerts. We are all busy. We all have a million things to do. So make sure you have your phone alerts on. Now's a great time to do that. Go into your settings here on your phone. Once you get into your settings, you're going to go down to your notifications, scroll all the way down at the very bottom of your notifications, and you're going to find government alerts for Amber Alerts, public safety, and emergency alerts. Make sure all of those are turned on just in case we do get some rough weather coming in. You'll get that alert to you. Weather radio is great. Of course, TV and radio, live streams. We're going to be here watching this. Sirens are good if you're outside. If you know somebody that works outside, the tornado sirens will let them know a bad storm is coming. But in general, those sirens are meant to be heard outside, not inside. So if you are inside, do not rely on the sirens. And of course, phone a friend. If you know somebody that's about to be impacted by a storm, you can always shoot them a call or text and make sure they know. A reminder of who we cover here at ABC 24. If you're on this map, you belong to us, and you are our responsibility. You're kind of like my own little children out there. I feel a great deal of responsibility to everybody on this map to watch you. That includes most of eastern Arkansas, North Mississippi, and most of West Tennessee. We go all the way out to Selmer and Corinth, all the way up to Dyersburg, down to Oxford and Clarksdale. So if you are on this map and there is rough weather happening, we will be here streaming for you. Now, bear in mind, just because it's bad in one neighborhood doesn't mean it's bad everywhere. We have a lot of people that when we cover this weather, they say, well, nothing's happening here. Well, it's because we cover a really large area. So I always like to remind you of who we cover. We cover, I think, 32 counties. So it is a big area that we are responsible for. And so we're going to be keeping a close eye on that as well. Of course, we're always doing our continuous severe weather coverage. Wherever you're watching us right now, you can watch us when we do severe weather coverage. That's on Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV. Just search us up. It's a free download. We also have our ABC 24 phone app as well. But again, a little rough this afternoon. We are expecting, again, that weather impact alert for the threat of severe thunderstorms. We could see some high wind gusts up to 60 or 70 miles an hour, hail, and even a few tornadoes between 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. Now, we do get a little bit of a break after this. There's that cold front. It's going to pass through tonight, and it gives us a decent break in the weather. Tomorrow looks great. Sunshine, right around 80 degrees. We will watch tomorrow night into Thursday morning. There could be a couple of showers, but I think most of Thursday's okay. And Friday actually turns out pretty much okay as well. We are already watching, though, our next round of strong storms. So again, after today, the next few days look okay. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, mostly sunny, a little more comfortable as well, 70s to around 80. It's Memorial Day weekend. We're going to be watching because there are some more chances for thunderstorms. Now, it's not going to storm all weekend long, so I would not cancel your plans. These are going to be more of those spotty thunderstorms for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. You know, most of the day might be dry, but then there might be an hour where it storms. That's going to kind of be what we deal with this weekend. So if you do have plans for Memorial Day, just make sure you're watching the weather and be ready to head inside. Get away from the pool, get away from the barbecue if that storm does happen to pop up near you. You can always watch the radar also on the ABC 24 app on your phone. We have the radar there, the latest forecast, and we also live stream our severe weather coverage as well. So we're going to be watching things very closely through the day today as we go ahead and watch this round of thunderstorms coming in. Again, 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. Damaging wind gusts, hail, even a few tornadoes not completely out of the question. So stay with us right here on ABC 24. We are going to be here through the rest of the day. I'm already here. Meteorologist Kit Thomas on the way in here in a couple of hours. We're going to have tag team coverage, watching these storms to keep you safe. Wherever you're watching now, we'll have coverage of the storms later on today. For now, we'll get off of here. Thanks for joining us on ABC 24 Plus. I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Burchett. Stay safe out there.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app. streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now.
All right, it is a weather impact alert day. I'm meteorologist Trevor Burchett. Thank you for joining us on ABC 24 Plus, Facebook, YouTube, wherever you're streaming right now. We're going to give you a quick update on what we're expecting later on this afternoon. Now, we did actually already have some thunderstorms this morning, but that was just kind of the appetizer to what is coming later on today. We do expect some more rough thunderstorms later this afternoon and continuing into the evening hours. Let's take a look at that weather impact alert and just kind of give you an idea of what we are expecting. Again, the biggest concern today is going to be with that risk of severe thunderstorms and probably a little more stout than what we saw earlier this morning. Really expecting this between 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. So this is going to be a little bit of a break between those morning storms, and then we are going to see more develop as we go into this afternoon. I think this afternoon round going to be a little stronger. Again, damaging wind gusts and hail are possible. We also can't rule out some tornadoes and a couple of the strongest thunderstorms today. We're going to be watching that very carefully. Latest severe weather outlook just updated from the Storm Prediction Center. No changes to it, though. Still a level 3 out of 5 severe weather risk for Memphis and all of the Mid-South. So it's kind of right there in the middle, a medium risk. What that means is severe weather is not going to happen everywhere today. These are going to be scattered storms at first, so it's not going to storm in every neighborhood. But if you do happen to see a thunderstorm, it will at least have the potential to be severe, especially with damaging wind gusts and hail. But tornadoes also can't be ruled out. Here's the clouds and radar loop as of about 11:38. Again, there's the early morning round of thunderstorms we had. That produced some wind damage down near Byhalia this morning. That has cleared out, and now we're in this break. Look right over Memphis. You can kind of see we're getting a break from the cloud cover. We have nice sunny skies right now as we look outside, and that is kind of the in-between between the two storm systems. What that's actually going to do is just allow for more thunderstorms to develop later on. So as we look live in Cordova right now, yes, we do have some clouds, but we also have some sunshine peeking through. All of that sunshine, along with that warm southerly breeze, that just helps to heat up and add more humidity to the air, and that is going to add even more storm energy. We already have plenty of it right now, where you see those yellows and reds showing up. There's just a ton of storm energy for these storms to work with, but that sunshine's just going to add more storm energy for those storms to really get going and develop. I do think we're quiet for at least the next hour. I think things are really going to get going by 1:30 or 2 o'clock, and then those storms will continue. Once they fire up in eastern Arkansas, they'll move across the river into Memphis by about 3 or 4, and then continue into West Tennessee and North Mississippi through about 6 o'clock. I do think by 6 p.m. these storms are done, so this is not going to last too long tonight, but by 6 p.m. this is pretty much out of here. I'll show you that a little better on the hour-by-hour rain chances. Again, quiet now. By 3 or 4 o'clock, we're really in the middle of it, and then overnight tonight, rain chances level off and go down. So it's going to be ending up being a pretty quiet night after 6 p.m. once these storms clear on out of here. So here's the hour-by-hour radar. Again, quiet for now, but we're going to start things off at 1 p.m., and you can already see some of those thunderstorms starting to develop. That's going to be kind of the initial zone from just south of Little Rock near Pine Bluff up to Little Rock, Lone Oak, eastern Arkansas. That's where those storms are going to first develop. Now I'm going to play this through an hour. Watch how quickly they get going. This is now 2 o'clock. Storms really start to ramp up in eastern Arkansas by 2 o'clock, and then they continue to gain intensity as they line up along the Mississippi River. I think by 3 p.m., these storms are going to be right up and down the river. So Dyersburg, Ripley, Covington, Atoka, Millington, Memphis, DeSoto County, down into the Delta. That's when we're going to see our worst weather right around 3 or 4 o'clock. Now, by 4 o'clock, it should be done in Memphis. So we're looking at a small window, about an hour, that these storms are going to pass through. So Memphis between about 3 and 4. And then after that, it'll be more of a western Tennessee, northern Mississippi thing. So 4 p.m. into Oxford, Holly Springs, Bolivar, Jackson, and then closer to Selmer and Corinth by about 5 or 6 o'clock, eventually clearing out. So this is 6 p.m. You see how quickly those storms clear out of here. And then again, the rest of the night is going to be nice and dry, a little cooler tonight, actually. So between 2 p.m. and 7 p.m., we have the risk of severe weather today. High wind gusts and hail are likely in some of the storms. We can't rule out a tornado. Now, again, I want to say that does not mean storms will happen in every single neighborhood. These will be spotty storms. There will be some neighborhoods that probably miss out on the thunderstorms today, but I think a good chunk of us will see those storms. And if you do see a storm, it will have the potential to be severe. So make sure you're staying informed. Make sure you know how to get your weather alerts. You need to have multiple ways to get weather alerts. We are all busy. We all have a million things to do. So make sure you have your phone alerts on. Now's a great time to do that. Go into your settings here on your phone. Once you get into your settings, you're going to go down to your notifications, scroll all the way down at the very bottom of your notifications, and you're going to find government alerts for Amber Alerts, public safety, and emergency alerts. Make sure all of those are turned on just in case we do get some rough weather coming in. You'll get that alert to you. Weather radio is great. Of course, TV and radio, live streams. We're going to be here watching this. Sirens are good if you're outside. If you know somebody that works outside, the tornado sirens will let them know a bad storm is coming. But in general, those sirens are meant to be heard outside, not inside. So if you are inside, do not rely on the sirens. And of course, phone a friend. If you know somebody that's about to be impacted by a storm, you can always shoot them a call or text and make sure they know. A reminder of who we cover here at ABC 24. If you're on this map, you belong to us and you are our responsibility. You're kind of like my own little children out there. I feel a great deal of responsibility to everybody on this map to watch you. That includes most of eastern Arkansas, North Mississippi, and most of West Tennessee. We go all the way out to Selmer and Corinth, all the way up to Dyersburg, down to Oxford and Clarksdale. So if you are on this map and there is rough weather happening, we will be here streaming for you. Now, bear in mind, just because it's bad in one neighborhood doesn't mean it's bad everywhere. We have a lot of people that when we cover this weather, they say, well, nothing's happening here. Well, it's because we cover a really large area. So I always like to remind you of who we cover. We cover, I think, 32 counties. So it is a big area that we are responsible for. And so we're going to be keeping a close eye on that as well. Of course, we're always doing our continuous severe weather coverage. Wherever you're watching us right now, you can watch us when we do severe weather coverage. That's on Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV. Just search us up. It's a free download. We also have our ABC 24 phone app as well. But again, a little rough this afternoon. We are expecting, again, that weather impact alert for the threat of severe thunderstorms. We could see some high wind gusts up to 60 or 70 miles an hour, hail, and even a few tornadoes between 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. Now, we do get a little bit of a break after this. There's that cold front. It's going to pass through tonight, and it gives us a decent break in the weather. Tomorrow looks great. Sunshine, right around 80 degrees. We will watch tomorrow night into Thursday morning. There could be a couple of showers, but I think most of Thursday's okay. And Friday actually turns out pretty much okay as well. We are already watching, though, our next round of strong storms. So again, after today, the next few days look okay. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, mostly sunny, a little more comfortable as well, 70s to around 80. It's Memorial Day weekend. We're going to be watching because there are some more chances for thunderstorms. Now, it's not going to storm all weekend long, so I would not cancel your plans. These are going to be more of those spotty thunderstorms for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. You know, most of the day might be dry, but then there might be an hour where it storms. That's going to kind of be what we deal with this weekend. So if you do have plans for Memorial Day, just make sure you're watching the weather and be ready to head inside. Get away from the pool, get away from the barbecue if that storm does happen to pop up near you. You can always watch the radar also on the ABC 24 app on your phone. We have the radar there, the latest forecast, and we also live stream our severe weather coverage as well. So we're going to be watching things very closely through the day today as we go ahead and watch this round of thunderstorms coming in. Again, 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. Damaging wind gusts, hail, even a few tornadoes not completely out of the question. So stay with us right here on ABC 24. We are going to be here through the rest of the day. I'm already here. Meteorologist Kit Thomas on the way in here in a couple of hours. We're going to have tag team coverage, watching these storms to keep you safe. Wherever you're watching now, we'll have coverage of the storms later on today. For now, we'll get off of here. Thanks for joining us on ABC 24+. I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Burchett. Stay safe out there.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24+. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24+. The 24 Plus TV app, streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now.
All right, it is a weather impact alert day. I'm meteorologist Trevor Burchett. Thank you for joining us on ABC 24 Plus, Facebook, YouTube, wherever you're streaming right now. We're going to give you a quick update on what we're expecting later on this afternoon. Now, we did actually already have some thunderstorms this morning, but that was just kind of the appetizer to what is coming later on today. We do expect some more rough thunderstorms later this afternoon and continuing into the evening hours. Let's take a look at that weather impact alert and just kind of give you an idea of what we are expecting. Again, the biggest concern today is going to be with that risk of severe thunderstorms and probably a little more stout than what we saw earlier this morning. Really expecting this between 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. So this is going to be a little bit of a break between those morning storms, and then we are going to see more develop as we go into this afternoon. I think this afternoon round going to be a little stronger. Again, damaging wind gusts and hail are possible. We also can't rule out some tornadoes and a couple of the strongest thunderstorms today. We're going to be watching that very carefully. Latest severe weather outlook just updated from the Storm Prediction Center. No changes to it, though. Still a level 3 out of 5 severe weather risk for Memphis and all of the Mid-South. So it's kind of right there in the middle, a medium risk. What that means is severe weather is not going to happen everywhere today. These are going to be scattered storms at first, so it's not going to storm in every neighborhood. But if you do happen to see a thunderstorm, it will at least have the potential to be severe, especially with damaging wind gusts and hail. But tornadoes also can't be ruled out. Here's the clouds and radar loop as of about 11:38. Again, there's the early morning round of thunderstorms we had. That produced some wind damage down near Byhalia this morning. That has cleared out, and now we're in this break. Look right over Memphis. You can kind of see we're getting a break from the cloud cover. We have nice sunny skies right now as we look outside, and that is kind of the in-between between the two storm systems. What that's actually going to do is just allow for more thunderstorms to develop later on. So as we look live in Cordova right now, yes, we do have some clouds, but we also have some sunshine peeking through. All of that sunshine, along with that warm southerly breeze, that just helps to heat up and add more humidity to the air, and that is going to add even more storm energy. We already have plenty of it right now, where you see those yellows and reds showing up. There's just a ton of storm energy for these storms to work with, but that sunshine's just going to add more storm energy for those storms to really get going and develop. I do think we're quiet for at least the next hour. I think things are really going to get going by 1:30 or 2 o'clock, and then those storms will continue. Once they fire up in eastern Arkansas, they'll move across the river into Memphis by about 3 or 4, and then continue into West Tennessee and North Mississippi through about 6 o'clock. I do think by 6 p.m. these storms are done, so this is not going to last too long tonight, but by 6 p.m. this is pretty much out of here. I'll show you that a little better on the hour-by-hour rain chances. Again, quiet now. By 3 or 4 o'clock, we're really in the middle of it, and then overnight tonight, rain chances level off and go down. So it's going to be ending up being a pretty quiet night after 6 p.m. once these storms clear on out of here. So here's the hour-by-hour radar. Again, quiet for now, but we're going to start things off at 1 p.m. and you can already see some of those thunderstorms starting to develop. That's going to be kind of the initial zone from just south of Little Rock near Pine Bluff up to Little Rock, Lone Oak, eastern Arkansas. That's where those storms are going to first develop. Now I'm going to play this through an hour. Watch how quickly they get going. This is now 2 o'clock. Storms really start to ramp up in eastern Arkansas by 2 o'clock, and then they continue to gain intensity as they line up along the Mississippi River. I think by 3 p.m., these storms are going to be right up and down the river. So Dyersburg, Ripley, Covington, Atoka, Millington, Memphis, DeSoto County, down into the Delta. That's when we're going to see our worst weather right around 3 or 4 o'clock. Now, by 4 o'clock, it should be done in Memphis. So we're looking at a small window, about an hour, that these storms are going to pass through. So Memphis between about 3 and 4. And then after that, it'll be more of a western Tennessee, northern Mississippi thing. So 4 p.m. into Oxford, Holly Springs, Bolivar, Jackson, and then closer to Selmer and Corinth by about 5 or 6 o'clock, eventually clearing out. So this is 6 p.m. You see how quickly those storms clear out of here. And then again, the rest of the night is going to be nice and dry, a little cooler tonight, actually. So between 2 p.m. and 7 p.m., we have the risk of severe weather today. High wind gusts and hail are likely in some of the storms. We can't rule out a tornado. Now, again, I want to say That does not mean storms will happen in every single neighborhood. These will be spotty storms. There will be some neighborhoods that probably miss out on the thunderstorms today, but I think a good chunk of us will see those storms. And if you do see a storm, it will have the potential to be severe. So make sure you're staying informed. Make sure you know how to get your weather alerts. You need to have multiple ways to get weather alerts. We are all busy. We all have a million things to do. So make sure you have your phone alerts on. Now's a great time to do that. Go into your settings here on your phone. Once you get into your settings, you're going to go down to your notifications, scroll all the way down at the very bottom of your notifications, and you're going to find government alerts for Amber Alerts, public safety, and emergency alerts. Make sure all of those are turned on just in case we do get some rough weather coming in. You'll get that alert to you. Weather radio is great. Of course, TV and radio live streams. We're going to be here watching this. Sirens are good if you're outside. If you know somebody that works outside, the tornado sirens will let them know a bad storm is coming. But in general, those sirens are meant to be heard outside, not inside. So if you are inside, do not rely on the sirens. And of course, phone a friend. If you know somebody that's about to be impacted by a storm, you can always shoot them a call or text and make sure they know. A reminder of who we cover here at ABC 24. If you're on this map, you belong to us and you are our responsibility. You're kind of like my own little children out there. I feel a great deal of responsibility to everybody on this map to watch you. That includes most of eastern Arkansas, North Mississippi, and most of West Tennessee. We go all the way out to Selmer and Corinth, all the way up to Dyersburg, down to Oxford and Clarksdale. So if you are on this map and there is rough weather happening, we will be here streaming for you. Now bear in mind, just because it's bad in one neighborhood doesn't mean it's bad everywhere. We have a lot of people that when we cover this weather, they say, well, nothing's happening here. Well, it's because we cover a really large area. So I always like to remind you of who we cover. We cover, I think, 32 counties. So it is a big area that we are responsible for. And so we're going to be keeping a close eye on that as well. Of course, we're always doing our continuous severe weather coverage. Wherever you're watching us right now, you can watch us when we do severe weather coverage. That's on Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV. Just search us up. It's a free download. We also have our ABC 24 phone app as well. But again, a little rough this afternoon. We are expecting, again, that weather impact alert for the threat of severe thunderstorms. We could see some high wind gusts up to 60 or 70 miles an hour, hail, and even a few tornadoes between 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. Now, we do get a little bit of a break after this. There's that cold front. It's going to pass through tonight, and it gives us a decent break in the weather. Tomorrow looks great. Sunshine, right around 80 degrees. We will watch tomorrow night into Thursday morning. There could be a couple of showers, but I think most of Thursday's okay. And Friday actually turns out pretty much okay as well. We are already watching, though, our next round of strong storms. So again, after today, the next few days look okay. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, mostly sunny, a little more comfortable as well, 70s to around 80. It's Memorial Day weekend. We're going to be watching because there are some more chances for thunderstorms. Now, it's not going to storm all weekend long, so I would not cancel your plans. These are going to be more of those spotty thunderstorms for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. You know, most of the day might be dry, but then there might be an hour where it storms. That's going to kind of be what we deal with this weekend. So if you do have plans for Memorial Day, just make sure you're watching the weather and be ready to head inside. Get away from the pool, get away from the barbecue if that storm does happen to pop up near you. You can always watch the radar also on the ABC 24 app on your phone. We have the radar there, the latest forecast, and we also live stream our severe weather coverage as well. So we're going to be watching things very closely through the day today as we go ahead and watch this round of thunderstorms coming in. Again, 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. Damaging wind gusts, hail, even a few tornadoes not completely out of the question. So stay with us right here on ABC 24. We are going to be here through the rest of the day. I'm already here. Meteorologist Kit Thomas on the way in here in a couple of hours. We're going to have tag team coverage watching these storms to keep you safe. Wherever you're watching now, we'll have coverage of the storms later on today. For now, we'll get off of here. Thanks for joining us on ABC 24 Plus. I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Burchett. Stay safe out there.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app Streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now.
All right, it is a weather impact alert day. I'm meteorologist Trevor Burchett. Thank you for joining us on ABC 24 Plus, Facebook, YouTube, wherever you're streaming right now. We're going to give you a quick update on what we're expecting later on this afternoon. Now, we did actually already have some thunderstorms this morning, but that was just kind of the appetizer to what is coming later on today. We do expect some more rough thunderstorms later this afternoon and continuing into the evening hours. Let's take a look at that weather impact alert and just kind of give you an idea of what we are expecting. It's 2:30 on your Tuesday afternoon. I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Burchett alongside meteorologist Kit Thomas. We are watching a batch of severe thunderstorms already pushing through the Mid-South. We don't have any tornado warnings, but I do want to hop on here for just a couple of minutes and give you an update. We have a few storms that do bear watching carefully. We have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to start out with this storm near Oxford. It is producing some pretty big hail in Oxford and Lafayette County. Pretty stout thunderstorm there, and that's moving off to the north and east. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning that is going to go for Lafayette County, and that will be in effect until 3 o'clock. So a severe thunderstorm warning there for Oxford and Lafayette County. Likely some pretty decent hail there, especially on the northeastern side of Oxford, right there along Highway 30 as you're headed up toward Union and Pontotoc counties. Again, that storm moving to the northeast. A severe thunderstorm warning is associated with that. What we are really watching there, by the way, they're telling us that storm likely has a golf ball sized hail near Oxford. We'll get one more quick check in that here in just a couple of minutes, but we're also watching this line of storms back to our west. That's the one that we're probably going to have to watch a little more carefully. We have one severe thunderstorm warning on that coming into Mississippi County, Arkansas, but this entire line as it moves toward the east is going to have the possibility to produce high wind gusts, hail, and maybe even a tornado or 2. So that entire line of storms as it rolls in does bear watching. We are watching most carefully this severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi County. Right now, that's the only one that's severe warned back in Arkansas, but that's about to change. We'll get to that in a second. So this severe thunderstorm warning in southern and central Mississippi County, likely producing some decent hail. We also have another storm here that's near Wynn. This one also producing some decent hail, and notice it's got that look to it. It's got that little hook on the back side of it. And the National Weather Service is saying this is a severe thunderstorm, but also that a tornado is possible. So while this is not a tornado warning right now, it could be upgraded to one here soon. So again, that's a severe thunderstorm warning for Wynn and Cross County. That's coming into northern Crittenden County in the next bit. Some decent hail associated with that. Just a reminder for you, we do have a tornado watch that is in effect for Memphis and all of the Mid-South. This goes until 8 p.m. So everybody involved in that tornado watch between now and then, heavy rain, high wind gusts, hail, lightning, and yes, the potential for some of these storms to try to spin up a tornado. We do not have that right now, but I did want to hop on here just briefly and give you that update. We are watching that storm down near Oxford as well that is pretty stout. It is producing severe thunderstorm winds and golf ball sized hail. They do have a storm chaser here on this Wynn, Arkansas storm. And so I want to sit here on TV for just a moment. I had planned to kind of hop in and out really quick and continue on our stream, but a storm chaser looking like they're reporting a wall cloud and some possible rotation here on the backside of that Wynne, Arkansas thunderstorm. So I want to sit here for at least the next 1 or 2 minutes. I don't want to cut too far into programming if we don't have to, but I do want to sit here for just a moment and make sure that they don't put out a tornado warning on this, because I'd hate to hop off and then have to get right back on. But definitely a growing thunderstorm here, a growing supercell. But back near Ellis Chapel, you see that little appendage on the back of it. That's where we could have some rotation. And again, we've got a storm chaser on this, the National Weather Service does, that indicates there could be some rotation or maybe even a wall cloud back here on the southwestern flank of that thunderstorm. So if you are in Wynne, especially on the south side of Wynne, down Highway 1 toward Fitzgerald Crossing, you don't have a tornado warning right now, but I would be keeping a close eye on this one. They're saying that a tornado is possible, again, with that storm near Wynne, Arkansas. Also, again, not only that storm, this entire line of storms back to our west, that's what we're going to watch as it scoots off further and further to the east. Any of those storms could produce high wind gusts and some hail. I do want to get a quick update on this Oxford storm while we wait to see what the National Weather Service does, because we have some very large hail falling on the northeastern side of Oxford in northeastern Lafayette County, likely some golf ball sized hail that is associated with that. We'll go to our hail tracks over the last 2 hours, and you can see lighting up there where we likely did have some hail fall, and that was right through University Square in Oxford, going into the square downtown, right over the Ole Miss campus, and is now kind of riding up Highway 30 toward Kiel and eventually into Union County, Mississippi. So that storm definitely producing some decent hail as well. Viewer report there of dime to golf ball sized hail in Oxford. Now the worst of it passed you now, Oxford, but it's now up on the northeastern side of town with some pretty decent indications of hail. I'll track this out for you because this is a storm that bears watching, seeing that it's so far apart from the other thunderstorms. It could really tap into some of that energy a little more easily, and that's one that could produce a tornado later on. None of that right now with this storm. I'm more concerned about the hail, but as this moves off to the north and east at about 40 miles an hour, it is something that's going to bear watching here. Let me get that track just a little bit better for you. We'll track that off to the north and east over about the next hour. That's going to put it near Hickory Flat at 250. Myrtle at 251, New Albany at 259, Blue Mountain at 304, and then Ripley, Mississippi by 314. All right, so no update from the National Weather Service on that storm near Wynne. There were some indications that we might have had some rotation there. A storm chaser was on that and was keeping a close eye on it. But for right now, no tornado warning has been issued. Again, everybody has a tornado watch until 8 p.m. We're going to watch this very carefully. We're going to stay right where we are here. So if we have to come back onto air, we can. But for right now, what we're going to do, we're going to stay continuous streaming coverage on our ABC 24 Plus app. And if you do want to continue streaming with us, you can find that on Roku, Fire TV, or Apple TV. Any of your smart TV devices, we have an app there now, and you can download it and get the latest. And we'll continue our streaming coverage there. You can also watch on the ABC 24 Plus app. That's for your phone. You can download that on iPhone or Android. We have the latest radar forecast, live streaming coverage, and everything you need to know there. But again, for right now, we are going to go back to our regularly scheduled programming on ABC 24. There's a pretty decent chance we'll have to come back on it and interrupt programming soon, but we are going to continue our coverage right now on ABC 24 Plus. Find that on our website, Facebook, YouTube. You can also find that again on your smart TV for Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV. For now on TV, we're going to send you back to regularly scheduled programming. Our coverage continues on ABC 24 Plus. All right, we are now off the air, and we're going to continue our coverage here on our live stream because things are ramping up pretty quickly, kind of as expected. We knew that kind of at about 2:30, 3 o'clock, kind of a match was going to strike and we were going to see these storms pop up. Meteorologist Kit Thomas is here as well, and we've been kind of watching these storms together, talking about them as they ramped up. Kit, I know we're watching this line back to the west especially, but that one little storm down in Oxford, that might be one we have to keep a close eye on, and that might be the one that gets us back on TV here soon.
Yeah, and sometimes we see multiple rounds of storms that could produce all the severe weather threats, and we've got sort of those individual cells ahead of the line. We've got one down towards Oxford and another one that's up Interstate 40 just past Jackson. So a couple of these storms around the area that are ahead of the line, and then we have a secondary line that's coming in behind those as well. Of course, there is that hail threat around the Oxford area. There's already been a report up to golf ball sized hail, and they are upgrading that warning to 2-inch diameter hail for the Lafayette County area on towards the New Albany area, Hickory Flat to New Albany. Probably going to see some large hail in that direction eventually as this storm continues to push that way. So, of course, with that storm, severe thunderstorm warning update, I'll get that information up here. It's going to still be until 3 o'clock this afternoon. They've included that considerable threat tag where we're seeing that larger threat for large hail and some damaging winds to 60 miles per hour is still possible with that. An interesting thing, you can even see an indication of the amount of hail within that thunderstorm in the way of a hail spike, a 3-body scatter spike it's sometimes called. You can see just sort of right there, just to the southeast of the Keel area, there's sort of this peak there on the radar. That's where the radar is basically going in, getting bounced around within the hail core, and it's bouncing off the ground, bouncing off the hail, and it's taking longer for that signal to return to the radar site. So it's representing it as some more distant returns from the radar site. So, of course, this is where the hail is within that hail core, that purple shade there. Then you see that spike out there. If we can just go ahead and take Max 1 full so we can get this full screen here. You see right there along Interstate, or Highway 30, that is Mississippi Highway 30, right around the Keel area. This is not rain. This is just the return from all of the very large hail, up to 2 inches possibly with that storm. Let's take a look at our hail product to see if it's estimating about the same size. So one thing to notice is the hail core on radar was showing up around this area here. So it's actually a little bit delayed in its representation. So might be a little bit off for the current situation, but the last representation shows about 1.5 inches. So very likely this hail is growing across this area. So we're going to still see very large hail here. That latest scan, sometimes it's in between scans when it samples the next one. So we'll just have to trust the Weather Service with that on it being up to 2-inch diameter hail. Looking back at the wide view, though, this isn't the only storm that has some potential for hail and other severe weather threats. We've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings up here in northeastern Arkansas. But around the Wynn area, that's where we see some of the larger hail possibly right now. So this severe thunderstorm warning, I'll pop that info up for you as well. We've got a tornado possible tag now on that storm until 3:15 is the end of that warning. It's still just for 1-inch diameter hail and 60 mile per hour winds on that. Earlier I was looking at the velocity on this storm, and it was not showing a very clear. Sorry, I hit the wrong button there. We'll jump back in here in just a moment. But it wasn't showing a very clear rotation signature. There was some noise out ahead of the portion of the storm that would classically have that rotation. I want to compare that with the radar view. There south of Fitzgerald Crossing, there's some. So I'm going to do just a quick manual changeover. Trevor, could you help me get that dinging off this computer? I'm not sure what keeps dinging there. Oh, okay. I thought I'd muted it. Let's just take Max 2 here real quick. I'm going to switch this over here.
Hey, everybody.
Hello. We've got that area there where the storm is has that sort of hook echo structure to it. But when we look over, we see that rotation is just outside of where the hook echo is, so it's difficult to exactly locate it. And whenever we talk about a tornado versus a wall cloud versus just a hook echo appendage on a thunderstorm, really doesn't usually lead to sorry, I got so many things in my head. Let me restart that. We have to look for that co-location of the radar hook echo and the velocity couplet, and they're kind of disjointed right now, so it's not quite as organized as it could be. So that could eventually jump up to needing a tornado warning if it gets more organized, but right now it's still a little sloppy. Of course, there was that report of a wall cloud on that, which is sometimes a precursor to a tornado, but at this point, it doesn't look organized enough to determine if it is actually on the ground or not. So we'll just continue to wait for More updates from the radar. So we just got a new one in there. We'll wait for that to update on there, but we did have an update on the velocity. The other side of that is, though, the strong wind threat. We could still see some severe thunderstorm winds possible. You see 62-mile-per-hour winds right there north of the wind area, so probably seeing some pretty intense wind gusts at the surface here, right over the north wind area, basically north of Highway 284 there. We could see up to golf ball size hail now with that thunderstorm. I'm going to switch back over to the classic radar signature. Of course, this shows that pretty distinct hook echo still on that storm. They've upgraded this now to 1.75-inch hail, so that's about the size of a golf ball. That's going to do a lot more damage than just regular hail. So hoods are going to get dented. You could see possibly some cracks in a windshield as well. So places out ahead of this, I'll list you off here. Out towards the Princedale area, Earl eventually, you're probably going to be seeing some large hail. So if you can get out there before the storm gets to you, before the rain starts coming down, get your car into a garage or under a carport just to protect it. And also getting the pets inside. If you've got the dog that wanders the land, make sure that he's inside as well so that the dog doesn't get pummeled by the hail and they can get hurt by it too. Three Forks, McDonald, you're going to be looking at that hail arriving pretty soon. Three Forks eventually after that, and then eventually on towards Turl. So let's go ahead and get a track out on this storm. It's moving around 45 miles per hour. So I'm going to just focus right there on that hail core as it's moving sort of east to northeast towards the Turl area. So McDonald, you're looking around right about now with that hail threat. We're going to still see the chance for the hail to get towards the Smithdale area around 252, Earl around 256, Booker around 310, and Turl around 315. That's the end of the warning around 315 there. They will likely extend that warning when they need to as well. I'm going to check in on a couple other things here. I'm going to send things back over to Chief Meteorologist Trevor Burchett.
All right, Kit, and a new update just coming in. I want to pass it along to you. This is an update for school closures. We have Fayette County Public Schools that are actually going to be dismissing at 2 p.m. today. So I guess they have already started to dismiss and get on out of there. Probably not the worst idea. Hopefully they can get back to it. If we can come back over to Chroma Max 2, I can get a look at my computer here. Kit's going to be on Max 1. I'll stay on Max 2 here at the wall. But again, Fayette County Public Schools, they're going to be letting out classes today at 2 p.m. because of the threat of severe weather. And so we'll see if any other districts decide to do that. Honestly, 2 o'clock was probably the right call. It's probably too late now because these storms are rolling in. But again, if you're just joining us, we are in continuous severe weather coverage mode on ABC 24+. We're not on television right now, so we kind of like to do this exclusive coverage just on our web streaming app so we don't cover up too much programming unless it's warranted. But we do have a tornado watch in yellow for Memphis and all of the Mid-South. That goes until 8 p.m. today. As expected, storms developing pretty much right on time at about 2 or 3 o'clock, and they are getting ready to roll through the Mid-South. Biggest concern, damaging wind gusts, hail, and a few tornadoes we cannot completely rule out. We have not seen that so far this afternoon, but we have several severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. There's this one cell by itself that bears watching. It's just north and east of Oxford. It's now coming into Tippah and Benton counties, eventually toward Corinth. But then there's this broken line of storms kind of back behind that in Arkansas, and these will also all bear watching too, as those will be also capable of producing high wind gusts and hail. An update on that Oxford storm. The worst is now past Oxford and the Ole Miss campus, but just about to cross into far northwestern Pontotoc County and then southern Tippah and Benton counties. This storm still looking a little stout. It likely is producing some decent hail. We know it's already done that as it rolled through Oxford. You'll see those hail tracks once they load in. That is the path of the hail over the last 2 hours. So it kind of rode right up 278 into Oxford and is now following up Highway 30. So if you're in the far northwestern corner of Union County, if you're in southern Tippah or Benton counties up toward Hickory Flat, even Ripley and then Corinth eventually, you're going to be impacted by this storm that right now, biggest concern seems to be some hail. But it always worries me when these storms are out here by themselves. They kind of have all the energy to themselves. So we're going to have to watch because this is a storm that could pose a tornado risk later on. It's not right now, But again, the biggest concern is the hail and the wind as it's leaving Lafayette County. We're going to have to go back on television now. So if we want to let the hub know, we're going to be going on WATN and WLMT if we just want to fade the stream to black. And then once we're on air, we can pop back up. But again, we have a new tornado warning coming out. So we're going to stop now, pause to let our TV friends join us, and then we will continue our coverage. Stay right here on ABC 24+. Back with you now at 2:48. I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Burchett alongside meteorologist Kit Thomas. A tornado warning now in effect for that storm we were just talking about. This is near Cross County and Wynne. Area of rotation pretty much right over Wynne right now, and a possible tornado. That red box, that's our new tornado warning. That's going to go for eastern Cross County and the northern portion of Crittenden County. So if you are in these zones right now, make sure you're in your tornado safe place. Again, a new tornado warning now in effect for Crittenden, St. Francis, Cross, and for Mississippi counties until 3:30, and a possible tornado just to the east of Wynne. If you were with us a moment ago, we were talking about that area of rotation on the back side of that thunderstorm. That's going to be coming up toward Parkin and Earl. Kit did a great job calling out those communities nearly 10 minutes before the warning was even issued. So if you are in Parkin or Earl along 64, eventually into Crittenden County, you will want to be in your tornado safe place. Area of rotation, again, near Wynne, and there it is, a pretty decent signature there. We always talk about the greens and the reds right together. That's just our storm wind motion. So greens going in one way, reds going in another. And that could be a sign of a little bit of rotation there. And again, that's near 163, right off of 64. So the worst of this is now past Wynne, but it is going to be up there coming up Parkin and Earl Way on Highway 64. This is moving to the east at about 45 miles an hour. So I'm going to zoom back out here and track this out, because this does include a good chunk of Crittenden County. West Memphis is not involved in this, but Marion up to Turrell and Gilmore, you are in this. Jeanette, Arkansas, also involved in this tornado warning. So if you're in those areas, be in those safe places. In addition to the tornado, we have that area of rotation that could be producing a tornado. In addition to that, take that off the table, we have golf ball sized hail within this storm. So even if it does not produce a tornado, we have a pretty serious hail threat in this as well. So let's track out this storm. We'll track it out about over the next 45 minutes. That's going to be near Parkin at 2:54, Smithdale at 2:57, Earl at about 3:01. Now, Earl, I know you're already getting in on some of the rain, but the most dangerous part of this storm will be near you at about 3:01. Crawfordsville at 3:11, Turrell at 3:19, probably near Marion around the same time. You see Crawfordsville at 3:11 and Turrell at about 3:19. Marion right in between those. Again, the worst of this will be north of West Memphis, but we do have this entire line of storms that is coming to the east. Kit, I want to get to you in just a moment to kind of really analyze that storm. But before we do that, I do want to zoom out and give you a wide perspective of everything that is going on. We have a couple of storms developing out ahead of this main line. That one near Oxford that we've been watching, that's producing some pretty large hail just north of New Albany, coming up toward Ripley. We've got a couple of storms out near Jackson, Tennessee, but obviously this line of storms is what we're most concerned about, coming through Mississippi County now, back to Poinsett County, Cross County, where that tornado warning is, and then more storms coming up from the south as well. So we only have one tornado warning right now. It's with that storm near Wynne that's going to be crossing into northern Crittenden County. But Kit, this is one we've been watching for the last couple of minutes. The National Weather Service had been saying a tornado was possible with this, and it looks like they might be convinced that one could be trying to develop right now.
That's right. Of course, initially they had a severe thunderstorm warning, then they bumped up to a tornado possible tag, still severe thunderstorm warning, and then the threat got a little bit closer to the potential for needing that extra bit of a warning. So that's why they upgraded it to a tornado warning there. So with that, looking here at this thunderstorm, Riverfront, Parkin, Three Forks, Earl, all seeing rain from that right now. This is sort of where we're seeing some of that rotation embedded within the thunderstorm. There's some interesting, odd things that are going along with this thunderstorm right now. So you can see on just the standard velocity picture what is actually coming into the radar. The straight line winds are very strong. We've got winds around 60 to 65 miles per hour on that thunderstorm at the moment. So, of course, with that, that's going to produce possibly some straight line wind damage in addition to the potential for some of that rotational wind as well. Now, the thing is, on this, to me, it looks like there's sort of some mixed radar signatures. It's not always red on green that you have to look for. You have to look for red and green that are rotating the correct direction, which would be counterclockwise. So all of this is moving in. The reds are moving away. The reds are moving away here. So this would be a clockwise flow. Very rarely do we ever see a clockwise tornado, so that's unlikely to be the area of rotation. I'm thinking it's up here near the Princedale area that we could see a better chance for a tornado to be produced. Of course, this is a situation that can change very quickly. So this is going to be embedded within the thunderstorm itself. So within the heavy rainfall here, I'll draw that out. So you can see that's where all the heavy rain is. On the interior part of that storm is where we have that potential for some of the rotation there. So pretty complex situation. This is not necessarily a classic supercell structure that would have the rotation on the farthest south appendage of that. And of course, there's another little appendage there south of Earl, but that's not the area where we had that rotation. It's just a little product of just some of the noisiness, the chaotic nature of this thunderstorm at this hour. Now, much of these storms around the area could rotate over the next couple of hours, so it's going to be some changeable situations over the next several hours. We're going to have some storms that might begin to produce a tornado, produce one, and then they'll wrap up. But then there's also a chance for some of these storms to linger and persist for several hours. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that. Quick update on the one that was coming around the Oxford area that's moving just out of our viewing area and then back in. So we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning here I'll bring your attention to. So this is south of the Ripley area. We do have that radar indicated threat for some large hail and damaging winds. Earlier it was up to around 2 inches for the warning. Now it's been dropped to 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So it's weakened a little bit in recent scans. So that's some good news here. This is still until 3:45 for places around Union County, and then Tippah and Benton County going to be under that severe thunderstorm threat as well. So a couple of different areas we're watching. Like Trevor was mentioning, we've got a couple of different waves. We've got this first wave that's out towards the east of the Memphis area. Back to the west, though, we've got a cluster of thunderstorms that are being that are starting to grow a little more upscale, getting more organized, producing that tornado threat as well, and just a lot of heavy rainfall as well. Back behind the storm where we were looking at that tornado threat, there's a bunch of heavy rain coming into the wind area. So wind is not necessarily clear from the storm threat, but at least for the severe and tornado threat, I think wind is pretty much clear for the moment right now. Looking at the velocities here, really don't see a lot of rotation on most of the backside of the storm. Of course, there is still a little bit out there to the front. One thing that catches my eye is just sort of that little hook echo right in there. So I'm going to switch back over to the radar just to get a look at the most recent scan. It still looks a little messy there. It's still embedded within the thunderstorm. So a lot of folks will sometimes jump out to their porch when they hear they're in a tornado warning and try and see the tornado in the distance. This kind of a storm, the way it's moving, the way the storm is rotating, you're not going to be able to see this one, unfortunately. So be aware of that, and so just go ahead and seek shelter. Interior room, lowest level of your home is going to be the best case scenario for you to ride out the storm. So behind that, though, like I said, there is a bunch of heavy rainfall coming into the Wynn and Colt area, just right there into parts of Cross and St. Francis counties. My eyes are drawn down towards Phillips County, as just to your west, there are a few severe thunderstorm warnings in that direction, so we're keeping a close eye on seeing if these storms eventually get an extension on that warning. But just so that we're aware of these storms, we're keeping a close eye on them as well. They do have tornado possible on that storm, as well as the 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind threats with that storm. So we're keeping a close eye on that right now. A new severe thunderstorm warning just extended from the northern end of this. This is going to be across parts of Mississippi County, crossing the river into parts of Tipton and Lauderdale County there. So that's the extension from the northern end. We haven't really talked much about the northern end of that thunderstorm. But we do have that potential for some damaging winds and large hail. I'll get the info on your screen there so you can see until 3:15 for that warning for the threats around Lauderdale, Mississippi, a little bit of Poinsett and Tipton County, like I said, for 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I'm going to send things back over to meteorologist Trevor Burchett.
All right, Kit, great analysis there. And yeah, keeping a close eye really on that wind storm, but also many other storms that are developing across the Mid-South. I do want to, like Kit was saying, watch that wind storm because I was kind of doing some analysis of my own. And there were some areas there of what we would almost call backwards rotation. A tornado, like Kit was mentioning, typically spins counterclockwise. Not unheard of for a tornado to go clockwise, but it's pretty unusual. However, there were some areas that were a little tighter that really caught my eye there that, they were backwards, but it's not unheard of to see that. So that's something we'll watch. I do think now my main area of focus, as Kit had mentioned, is kind of inside the storm, right there along 64 near Parkin. We've got some decent signatures of rotation there. What that means is if there is a tornado or if one does touch down, it's unlikely you're going to be able to see it. The main area of rotation now is kind of embedded within the rain, so it's going to make it impossible to see that area of rotation. But a little more defined there now that we are starting to see, some more rotation signatures within here that are indicating, nothing too alarming to me at this moment, but there are definitely some wind signatures in here that are going to be bearing watching pretty carefully over the next little bit. We did just get an update to that tornado warning. They've canceled it for St. Francis and Mississippi County. They kind of trimmed it back just a little bit because the main focus now is going to be for Eastern Cross and also for northern Crittenden counties. So that is the zone now that we're most focused on, at least for a tornado potential. And again, that includes northern Crittenden County from Marion up to Jericho, up to Turl, up to the 55 and 555 split. So if you're in those zones, just go ahead and be in your tornado safe place just to be on the safe side there because we could see some signatures of rotation that could try to ramp up a tornado here any minute. But again, several areas in here that could be rotation, but even if there's not a tornado, we are likely seeing some decent hail within the storm as well. We did have indications of pretty large hail back near Wynn, and that's kind of riding up 64. You see it just updating now, get closer and closer to Earl, Parkin, Marion along 55. So nobody really should be driving on Interstate 55 between West Memphis up to Turl. And really, it might be a good plan over the next couple of hours to just hang tight wherever you are, because this line of storms is going to come through all of the Mid-South over the next couple of hours, at least from about now until 6 p.m. This whole batch of storms back in Arkansas is going to be headed in our direction. So we've kind of got two segments here. We've got one that goes from Wynn up to Blytheville. That's going to be coming into Dyersburg, Ripley, Covington, northern side of Shelby County. We also have some more storms, kind of what Kit was talking about, coming into Phillips and Lee County, and that's going to get more of North Mississippi. So kind of those two segments we're watching. Any of those could produce high wind gusts, hail, or tornadoes. That storm kind of all by itself right now in Union County near New Albany. That one right now, the main concern is with hail, but as it moves to the north and east, could clip Alcorn County with that hail potential as well. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning with that system that, Kit was just talking about, this glob of storms almost from DeWitt, Arkansas, just south of Stuttgart, and then up into Marvel and Elaine as well. So this is going to be for northern Phillips County, a new severe thunderstorm warning, and that is producing wind gusts of 60 miles an hour and quarter-sized hail. That's about an inch-sized hail that can do some damage. But just like we've seen in the past, they've put a tornado possible note on this. So while this is not a tornado warning right now, they are indicating to us that it could be very soon. It's kind of a heads up to the heads up, just to let us know that's something they're watching. Biggest concern with this right now, though, is going to be the hail and the high wind gusts. We'll show you those hail tracks and get an idea of maybe where the worst of it is. So kind of right in the middle of that storm, you saw the hail track there near Stuttgart. That's going to be coming into northern Phillips County too, so heads up for places like Helena, West Helena, up to Tunica. That's where we could see a little bit of hail as well. And then switching over to the wind mode of the storm, where that pink is showing up, just south of Stuttgart, that is some really high wind, probably on the back side of that storm as it's starting to come in. Just north of DeWitt, we probably have wind gusts in there of easily 60 to maybe even 65 miles an hour. So I want to put a track on this batch. We've not done that yet. And again, this does not have a tornado warning on it right now, although the Weather Service has told us it's possible here really soon. So this is moving east at 40 miles an hour. So I'll zoom out just a bit and put this to the east at about 40 miles an hour and track it out through southern Tunica, northern Coahoma counties. And this is going to be near Lexa at 3:14, Helena, West Helena at about 3:30, Elaine at 3:37, into Coahoma County by about 4 o'clock, Crenshaw by 4:06. If this holds together, could come close to Senatobia in a little over an hour. I do expect these storms to continue to grow and build through that time frame, especially over the next hour. So that's just an early heads up for you in North Mississippi, Coahoma, Quitman, Panola, Tate, Tunica, especially even DeSoto counties. Those zones, that's where this storm in particular is going to be headed. So that's what that storm, again, now high wind gusts and hail are our concerns. Would not be surprised to see if we get a tornado warning with that. Where we do have one tornado warning right now is with this storm over Parkin and Earl in northern Crittenden County. Any tornado potential is pretty much out of Cross County, or at least very close to being out of Cross County. I know it's still windy and rainy, probably some hail still back near Wynn, but the front edge of that storm, kind of the middle front, that's where the tornado potential is near Parkin right now. And so once that passes, it's going to be more of a wind and a hail concern. So that's still ongoing now in Wynn, still kind of right in the middle of it, but that tornado potential has passed. It's kind of riding up 64 over toward Earl now, and it's going to meet up with I-55 north of Marion. So I wouldn't be driving on 55 between West Memphis and Marion all the way up to Turl. I mean, even Blytheville is getting in on some heavy rain and thunder activity right now. And even if there is not a tornado that does touch down, heavy rain, high wind, hail, all possible with this. We'll go back to the wind and investigate just a little bit where there could be some signs of rotation. Nothing extremely noticeable to me. It's kind of come and gone over the last little bit. Bear in mind, though, we have an environment today that can quickly spin up tornadoes. It won't take much time at all. So even though we don't see anything at this moment, it is something we're going to watch here. And again, some weaker signs of rotation, but nothing right now indicating to me that we have a tornado that has actually touched down, at least not at this moment, but it could soon. We'll look out at the Midtown camera here, and this is looking, of course, back toward that storm. This is from the Southern College of Optometry in Midtown. So we're looking back toward downtown and then, of course, across the river into Arkansas. Darkening skies as those storms approach. The most concerning part of that storm going to be more of a northern Shelby County affair. So Fraser, even more north of that toward Cuba, and then more toward Millington as well. That's where the bulk of that particular storm is going to go, but Memphis still likely to see at least a little rain and thunder here later on. So we'll go back to the radar and talk about that and where this storm is headed. I'm going to put a loop on this just to kind of show you. I'm going to slow this down just a little bit. I'm actually going to go down to about 30 minutes and slow down the loop just so you can get a better idea of where these storms are headed. So we will loop this over the last 30 minutes, and that'll give you a good idea of the way these storms are headed. And again, the tornado warned part of the storm is probably going to go more toward Millington, but Memphis is still going to get that back side of the storm that is still producing high wind gusts and hail. Even though it doesn't have a tornado warning on it now, that whole complex is headed to the east. So if you're in Memphis right now, if you're in DeSoto County, really if you're anywhere along or east of the Mississippi River, these storms are coming to you over the next couple of hours. So if you work outside or know somebody who does, you might want to think about wrapping up those activities. I think we have some AC guys here on our roof. I've been hearing them walk around, work on the AC. They might want to wrap up their work here in the next little bit too, because all of these storms are eventually going to cross the river and head into Memphis proper, up along the river into West Tennessee and northern Mississippi as well. So that's what we're watching right now, a line of thunderstorms, damaging winds, hail, the biggest concerns, but there is at least one zone that we're watching for a possible tornado. That's kind of the way the scene is right now. So I know for now it's quiet in Memphis, it's quiet in DeSoto County. Most of North Mississippi is pretty quiet except for Oxford. They just got a little hail earlier. And West Tennessee is quiet for now, but that whole line is going to be crossing the river into West Tennessee very soon. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to track the whole thing out. For the hail, the wind, all that stuff as it moves off to the east. So this entire line of storms is moving east between 40 and 45 miles an hour. So we'll put it at 40 just for our sake, and we'll track out this whole batch of thunderstorms through West Tennessee. So this is one complex we're watching. That's pretty much coming up to Marion soon, 3:20 arrival in Marion. Ripley, Tennessee by 3:31. Downtown Memphis are very close to it. It might go just to the north of downtown, but by about 3:45, we're going to be talking about that thing crossing the river into Memphis. Could be near Germantown by about 4:30, probably closer to Cordova. Jackson, Tennessee at 4:39. Collierville at 4:44. And again, all of that is, moving off toward the east. I'm going to try to get some more cities in here. I'm going to do just a section of the storm and try to get some of those other communities in there. That's going to be more of what I wanted. So Millington at 3:23, Lakeland at 3:54, Brownsville at 4:07, Humboldt at 4:26, and then eventually toward Henderson and out of our area by about 5 o'clock. So this is not going to last long. These line of storms are going to hit. They're going to have a big punch with them, and then they'll move on out of here. By 6 o'clock, this is completely done. I'd say even by 4 o'clock in Memphis, these storms will be out of here and over with. But for at least the next 2 to 3 hours, they're going to be following these storms as they march their way through the Mid-South. Kit Thomas is also here, meteorologist Kit Thomas, watching the storms. Kit, I know you've been kind of checking in with the Weather Service and doing some more in-depth analysis with those storms. Anything right now that's catching your eye that we might need to watch on a little better?
So at the moment, I was just looking at some of the shear parameters, the different changes of wind as you go up through the atmosphere. And honestly, I'll tell you, this is not like it was in early April, where early April we had many tornadoes that happened, dozens, in fact, across the Mid-South. This is not the same kind of setup. This one is a little more sloppy. It's not quite as organized. And back along these storms, the wind shear profiles just aren't quite organized enough to get a classic supercell structure, a very quick develop of a tornado. There are still parameters that could still lead to a tornado. It's just not going to be as clear, cut, and dry as it was that last time. Despite that, you still need to treat any tornado warning as if it is on the ground and still seeking shelter. I don't want to take that away from the situation, but just so you know, it's not going to be as widespread, as hectic as it was this last time. So if anyone has that anxiety of just like it's happening again, I'll tamp it down. We'll be all right. We'll get through this. But we do still want to treat any severe thunderstorm or tornado warning seriously as they come through. So just with that in mind, I'm going to keep a look here on this storm here. One thing I'm also noticing on these thunderstorms, we're not seeing many anvil crawler lightning strikes. So when I say that basically where they're coming well out ahead of the storm and striking miles and miles away, that's not really happening. So that's good. But we do still have abundant lightning contained within these thunderstorms. Always remember, lightning can strike 25 or more miles outside of a storm. So even if you see it on the horizon, it's not here yet, it could still be within the strike zone for where you are. I'm going to get back to this tornado warning, though. That's here now starting to move into northern Crittenden County. We've mostly got a severe wind signature with this and some pretty stout wind, in fact, here right in the core of that storm, showing some winds peaking up near 70 miles per hour at the moment. So just investigating some of these pixels in here. They are getting upwards of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds there. So it could be pretty intense winds coming into McDonald and Duval. So this area here. And with that latest scan, there's just a new little pixel there of over 70 mile per hour winds. So more significant winds, that's where we have sort of a jump in our system here, where it jumps into that bluer shade, the darker blue shade. If you look up here at my banner, we've got the greens, then it gets severe into the light blue, and then it gets significant severe into the darker blue. And we're seeing just one little pixel right there just south of McDonald. So McDonald to Duval could see a wide swath of severe straight line wind damage. Despite the fact that this is also a tornado warning, there's also the threat for straight line winds because there's also the severe thunderstorm component to that storm as well. We'll get to that new severe thunderstorm warning here in a moment. I just want to look real quick here. Some of the rotation has weakened on this. It's not quite as easily findable as it was previously. So hopefully that means the system is beginning to weaken a little bit here. But off to the north, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning up here around, this now includes all of Tipton County, pretty much all of Lafayette County. Lauderdale County, not Lafayette County. Lauderdale County there around the Ripley area and southern half of Mississippi County. This is for a severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued here. So we'll get that info on your screen there. We're looking at that lasting until around 4 o'clock this evening. The hail has increased within this storm a little bit. Now it's up to 1 1/4 inches in diameter. So that's about the size of a $50 coin, larger than a quarter. Not quite to ping pong ball, that's 1.5 inch size. So still some large hail though, that can do some decent damage with this storm. So that's moving into places like Osceola, Grand Lake, eventually downwind towards a Cherry area. Ripley could see that hail threat as well. I want to take a look at just the hail tracks on the storm just so we can see sort of that motion of it. It's moving east to northeast or so. We're getting another severe thunderstorm warning update. We'll look at that in a moment. But we've got a couple areas here with some large hail, and it looks as if it's beginning to grow within the thunderstorm. Just outside of the Golden Lake areas, showing up as 1 inch there. So we could see some decent hail threats with that. So as I mentioned, we've got that severe thunderstorm threat as well as the tornado threat around the Earl to Turl area on into parts of Shelby County. So if you're in Shelby County, the northwest corner, I always get east and west backwards. Northwest Shelby County, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning here that has just popped up there. So Millington is just included in that, as well as the Marion area. This is parts of Cross, Crittenden, Mississippi, and Shelby County until 4 o'clock this evening. They've also upped that to 1 1/4 inch diameter hail. They may eventually update that wind threat, but it's right now up to 60 miles per hour. Looking at the winds once again, there's not a whole lot of rotation with that, and something of note is that I don't believe that they included the tornado threat within that new severe thunderstorm warning. So there's not a tornado possible tag on this, so that's some good indication that right there, they're allowing that tornado warning to expire, and they're not really continuing with the tornado threat. We've transitioned more to a straight line wind and a hail threat, which is what we've been addressing here for the last couple of minutes. So still some very strong winds showing up above the surface. All of that area of bright blue here, this is the area of the severe winds that could be translating to the surface. I'm getting more concerned around the Earl area. You're probably going to get smacked with some pretty heavy winds very, very soon. This is going to break branches. If you've got an old tree that you've been meaning to cut down, that one might get brought down. This could do some damage to crops as well. So anything out there that's already pretty young might get damaged. Some of these winds showing up on radar are upwards of 70 miles per hour, just right there in that blue core of that thunderstorm. So I want to get in really, really close, just right here along Highway 64. Some pretty stout winds around the Parkin area, Smithdale, Earl, Crittenden, the township there. Some of these winds are showing up over 75 miles per hour, so that could be possibly upgraded here very soon. So we'll keep an eye on that for that severe thunderstorm warning. Earl, again, whenever we talk about straight line winds, usually we're not as, just people's heads don't usually associate severe thunderstorm warnings as significantly as a tornado warning, but 77 mile per hour winds still qualify as an EF0 tornado. So a tornado can sometimes produce a lot of damage, but straight line winds can sometimes produce more widespread damage than just an isolated tornado. Tornadoes are usually less than a mile wide, but this swath of 60+ mile per hour winds is over 6 miles wide. So this is going to impact more people. So you don't want to get to that misassociation that thunderstorms can't produce damage. They can, and this area certainly could see some of that severe wind threat over the next little while here. So this is going to keep on moving to the northeast. I'll get a track on this and we'll send things back over to Trevor. This thunderstorm is moving to the northeast, probably around 40 to 45 miles per hour. That's where where most of them have been moving through the day. So we'll get a track on that, about 45. I'll put it right there around the Earl area, and I'll push it to the northeast into Shelby County. So we're looking around the Crawfordsville, probably getting to you around 325. Clarkdale Clarkdale, Arkansas, probably around the 334 time frame. Gilestown around 348. Shelby Forest around 350. And of course, this severe thunderstorm warning is through the 4 o'clock hour into right about 4 o'clock, where it is set to expire, but it could be extended from there. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. I want to send things back over to meteorologist Trevor Burchett for that information.
Yeah, Kit, appreciate that. And just time for a quick reset here as people are coming in. Just to give you kind of a new update, we've got some new warnings coming in. Right now in North Mississippi, there's not a whole ton to talk about. Even in West Tennessee, in our part of West Tennessee, things are pretty quiet for right now. But we're watching these two complexes of storms crossing the river and coming in to West Tennessee and North Mississippi right now. This one seems to be the most potent. This is the one that had a tornado warning a few moments ago. It does not right now, but not to say it couldn't later on, but that entire line of storms just came through Blytheville. It's coming into Dyersburg, Ripley, Lauderdale counties, Covington, Atoka, up to Millington, and even into parts of Shelby County as well, northern side of Memphis. That whole storm is going to be crossing over into West Tennessee soon. Then we also have this batch of thunderstorms down to the south. That's in Phillips County, Arkansas, that is producing some high wind gusts and some hail as well. I'm going to start at the very top of this and just kind of work my way all the way down. So coming into Dyersburg and Dyer County, we have a pretty hefty thunderstorm here producing high wind gusts. There's no warning out for Dyer County, but that storm that just came through Caruthersville, it is still packing a punch of some high wind gusts and hail. Where we do have a warning right now is with both of these thunderstorms. It's kind of two separate thunderstorms, but they're trying to come together here. So we've got this storm in southern Mississippi County near Osceola. That's crossing into northern Tipton County, Drummond's area in the next bit, Ripley and Lauderdale County too. And then there's this next storm in northern Crittenden County that is also causing some issues of hail and wind. That is likely going to impact at least the northern portion of Shelby County. So let's zoom in and investigate this, because wind right now is the biggest concern, but wind can still do damage. Here's that storm, again, just east of 55 between Osceola and Golden Lake, and that's going to be coming into Tipton and Lauderdale County. So a heads up for you, Tipton and Lauderdale counties, high wind gusts and hail. The storm to the south, though, may be a little bit stronger. So right behind me, there's Memphis. So this is to the north and west of Memphis. It's near Earl, Arkansas right now, up to Turl and just to the north of Marion. Really high wind in here. We had some really intense wind a moment ago near Parkin, Arkansas. And I want to go back to the wind mode and just kind of investigate how fast some of these winds are. Where you're seeing these brighter colors right over Earl, those lighter greens, almost blue colors, that's where the wind is severe, at least 60 miles an hour. That's being estimated by the radar. So we can actually come in here near Earl. There you see 68 mile an hour, 60 miles an hour, 63 miles an hour, even to the south of that, south of 306. We've got some wind there, not far from the St. Francis River, and that biggest area of wind you see as the new scan came in, it's going to be just kind of to the east of Parkin and Earl right now. And that's going to be right there along Highway 64. I'll zoom in a little bit. So there's Highway 64, 149 that comes into Earl. So this is now to the east of Earl, right along 64. Really bright colors showing up in there. And again, you're looking at the wind mode of the radar. So when you look inside of this and you kind of estimate the wind right along 64, I wouldn't want to be driving along 64 between Earl and Marion right now, because we have winds in here that could be as high as 65 miles an hour. And that is moving toward the east, and eventually we'll be into portions of Shelby County. It looks like this is mainly going to be for northern Shelby County. Kit was kind of alluding to that, but near Earl and Parkin right now, really intense wind. That's going to move to the east northeast. So heads up for Marion, a heads up for Shelby Forest, Bengestown, Cuba, up to Millington. all of those zones are going to be impacted most by this storm. Now, what we could see happen is this storm could build back a little bit back behind this. There's a lot of energy for these storms to work with today. So if this storm builds back to the south anymore, it's going to be more of an issue for Memphis and Shelby County with high wind gusts and hail. For now, it seems like most of this will be north of Memphis, but it is going to be close. And any of that back building on the backside of the storm could result in more impacts for Memphis. I want to look outside for a moment. This is out again from the Midtown camera. I zoomed it out a bit. This is Madison Avenue here, Madison Avenue at 240. There's downtown, there's Le Bonheur and St. Jude. So we're looking back across the river kind of toward this storm and not able to see anything too crazy there. Obviously darkening skies to the west of downtown. But that is going to be there, that storm over near Earl and Parkin in Crittenden County. It's going to be into northern Shelby County here pretty soon. I do want to put a storm track on this and get a good idea of where all of this is headed. Kit did a good job of this earlier, but just if you're just clicking in, a lot of folks want to know when the storm is going to be in their neighborhood. And I'm going to track it out, and I'm actually going to include maybe just a little bit of the city of Memphis, just in case that storm builds back just a little bit. We can get an idea of when it's going to be close. So Crawfordsville, pretty much in the next 5 minutes. I think the worst of it is almost on top of you right now with the high wind. Ripley at 336, Millington at 347, Atoka at 349, Covington at 359, and then Bartlett at 419. So this is going to be kind of skimming the northern side of the city of Memphis within the next 40 minutes or so, 40 to 50 minutes. And there's the 240 loop right there. So that's going to be downtown and midtown, South Haven down to the south. I think right now most of this storm is going to be, again, for northern Shelby County, closer to Millington. But again, if that back builds any more, it could possibly be producing more of a wind and hail threat for Memphis. Right now, we don't have any active tornado warnings in our area. We do have a tornado warning out near Jackson, Tennessee, and that's what that tornado warning is for, riding up Interstate 40. So we do have a tornado warning for those zones, but for our part of the Mid-South, right now, it's just severe thunderstorm warnings, and the main threat for now is hail and wind. Now, we do have a tornado watch until 8 o'clock, so at any point, these storms could try to spin up a tornado, but for right now, it's wind and hail that are the biggest concern. Report coming in from emergency managers of power that is out downtown Osceola, Arkansas. Would, definitely believe that with winds of probably 50, 60, 70 miles an hour in there. By the way, I do want to let you know that Jackson, Tennessee storm we were watching, that has a tornado that is apparently on the ground at this point. So if you know anybody up that way, it might help to use the phone a friend method. Not everybody might be watching TV, but if you have any family or folks near Jackson, especially on the north side of Jackson, that's going to be north of the Keats Short bypass. There's probably a tornado on the ground there now. We have reports of that from a spotter that's moving away from us, but I know a lot of us have folks in Jackson, up in Tennessee. I just want to give you that heads up that we have a tornado on the ground close to that area now. For our area, again, no tornado warnings. The threat, though, is continuing to be the wind. And I want to switch back to our wind mode now. And you can really see more so on the southern storm, those really bright colors showing up. Definitely some wind coming into Tipton County and Lauderdale County. I think the biggest wind concern, though, is going to be in Crittenden County right now. I think we're seeing wind gusts easily 60 to 70 miles an hour in here, where you see those two really bright zones. So we have one near I-55 and Turl. Guys in the back, I think, Jared, if you're still back there, I don't know if we can go on the prod comp and go to the Arkansas Department of Transportation website. Oh, perfect. All right, so this is, tell me one more time where this was. Okay, the Turl exit, this is on I-55 at Arkansas 42 there. So this is just to the south of Turl. Great job, guys, back in the back. You read my mind on what we were looking for. We appreciate that. So this is the area where we are seeing the highest wind gusts in here. And again, this is Interstate 55 looking north at Turl, Arkansas. I mean, it is quite windy there, and the cameras never really do justice to exactly how windy it is. But I mean, you see the semi-truck drivers driving with their flashers on, which, by the way, you're not supposed to do that. I know it's kind of an instinct for us when it starts to rain hard, but generally the rule of thumb is if it's raining so hard you feel like you need to put your hazard lights on, you should probably just get off the road. So you're not actually supposed to be in motion with your hazard lights on. I know that's kind of a thing for sticklers, but you're not supposed to do that. If it's raining so hard that you have to turn those on, it's not going to help you that much. You just need to go ahead and get off the road. But really intense wind signatures here. And here's Interstate 55 between Clarkdale and Turl. That is where the most intense wind is. And I want to track that because that is quickly going to be crossing into the northwestern part of Shelby County. So if you're up near Millington, if you're up near Shelby Forest, those zones are going to get some really intense wind. We're also watching this zone back near Earl, kind of on the backside of that thunderstorm. We'll have to see what the radar looks like there. But Kit, interesting, it almost looks like a little bit of a meso low forming back here, kind of on the backside of it that could be kicking back some more wind. We had this happen back in Oxford a bit ago, kind of on the backside of the storms. The winds picked up even more. We'll have to wait and see what's going on back there, but still more intense wind signatures almost on the backside of the storm. And you can almost see the wind is so fast back here, it's pushing the storm forward into that backward C shape. We call that the bow echo shape. When the storm does that and when it bulges out, it's basically indicating the winds are so fast, it's pushing the storm faster in the middle than it is on the edges. So this is a really intense signature of some high wind in this. And again, that's crossing 55 now. There's still more to come behind it though. So even if you're in Marion near the Sunset exit, right along Interstate 55, maybe if that's the next camera we want to pull up is like 55 in Marion looking north, that might be a good one because the backside of this storm is going to come in here. And again, that's going to be coming more toward Fraser, northern Shelby County, and that's going to be near Millington. I think we have Clarkdale, Arkansas on Interstate 55. This might be a decent one to look at here, kind of giving an idea of those winds. You see definitely the rain coming down near Clarkdale right now. And if you're just joining us, what we're tracking is a severe thunderstorm, several severe thunderstorms actually, through Crittenden County up into Mississippi County, coming into northern Shelby, Tipton, Lauderdale counties up to Dyersburg, all of this producing some pretty stout wind. We also have some storms in Phillips County, but where you're looking right now, and again, I wanted to say that just to remind you, we don't have any tornado warnings right now. This is not a tornado concern, but we're with you because the wind is so high. And that's near Turl right now. So you're looking at Clarkdale, northbound on 55, up toward the Turl exit, and that is probably where the wind is most intense. Still getting really intense wind signatures there. You can almost see on that camera, the further down you look, it kind of just all fades away because the wind and the rain is so heavy. Now inside of this, obviously the radar looking a little bit higher up in the clouds. The radar shoots out straight, but the earth curves down as it goes further. So eventually what you get is the further away from the radar you are, the further up in the clouds this is looking. So this is probably looking here 1,500, 2,000 feet up in the clouds. But sometimes when the rain is so heavy, and Kit, I'm sure you're looking that up right now if you could pass that along to me. I just don't have my phone on me over here.
1,200 feet at Turl.
Okay, 1,200 feet. So where we're looking at in here, the radar is in Millington. So when the radar gets further away, this is 1,200 feet in the air. Now what can happen is when the rain comes down so much, it can actually get some of that wind and pick it up to the ground. So even though up in the cloud, we're estimating by the radar 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, once it gets down to the surface, it's probably closer to 50 or 60, but still very, very high winds. But I tell you that just to tell you that these winds that you're seeing estimated in here are probably a little lower once they make it to the ground and push out. But when the radar is indicating winds like this, 75, 76 miles an hour, it is still a serious threat. And Kit, you know, you called it there in the Weather Service chat talking about these winds, and they're going to update this warning to a 70 mile an hour wind near Turl. It's pretty rough out there. Not a tornado, but like we've seen the last couple of days, wind can still do some pretty serious damage, Kit.
Yeah, looking around the Clarkdale area, just south of Turl, there's some pixels showing up.
I think you might be muted back there, Kit.
Sorry about that. 1, 2, 3. We haven't had any reports of those winds getting all the way down to the surface, but they are bumping up that severe wind to 70 miles per hour. So there's sort of two areas of that severe wind right now. So I'll show them here for you. They're the areas, the light blue. There's this one around Turl down to Clarkdale. This has sort of been the leading edge of this. But then, just as Trevor was showing you, that rear inflow jet coming in on the backside of the storm, sort of punching it forward. We're seeing an accelerating wind on the backside near Earl. So Earl kind of get hit. You kind of got hit by two blasts of those strong storms. Clarkdale, you're probably going to see another blast of high winds. And I'm looking down here to the south as well, around the Jeanette area. There's another area of some strong winds there. So whenever we're talking about a storm like this, we're seeing these storms about 1,000 to 1,200 feet above the surface. So that can sometimes mix down. We've got very heavy rain. Think of just the momentum. If you've got those winds happening here and the rain is falling through that, that's going to carry it forward. And that air that it drags along with the rain is eventually going to make its way down to the surface. So we could see some pretty stout winds crossing over the Mississippi River towards the Dixonville area. Gilestown could see some pretty significant winds right now within the next little bit. I'm going to just show you the last 15 minutes or so where those winds have gone from the Earl area. Earl probably got hit with some pretty strong winds through the Turl and the Clarksdale area. So that's where we were looking at that camera on I-55. Some very strong winds just came right through that area. You can sort of see the leading edge of this thunderstorm right around in here. You see how it sort of does this zigzag? I'm keeping a close eye on this because sometimes that zigzag will push forward a little more, and that's where you can get a quick rotation in there. So sometimes you can see a linear storm transition to a tornadic storm. It's not there yet, but that's something that we could see evolve as we head over the next several hours tonight. So still some pretty strong winds here around this area. The backside around Earl have seen some of the sort of the tail end of the storm. I think Earl is probably done for now. I almost said done for, but done for now. We're not seeing quite as much significant wind. But just like Trevor was saying, and sort of how I was indicating as well with that zigzag that we've got on the front, we've got another zigzag on the back. This is what Trevor accurately described as a bow echo, where you have a thunderstorm that gets a strong gust of wind in the backside of it about a mile up, and that pushes the storm forward and bows it forward. Think just like a bow and arrow. You get that bow, and that's where you can see some strong winds getting pushed in from the backside of the storm. So it looks like a very compound bow there too. So we've got those strong winds. They've started to break apart a little bit in the most recent scans. So you see, if we go back to around 3:30, there was one cluster of that, and now it's starting to sort of fizzle out. So that might be an indication that in the mid-levels, that storm is weakening, but that may also mean that all of that wind has now transferred to below what the radar can see. So again, it's about 1,000 feet up where it's looking right now, right here in northeastern parts of Crittenden County. That could be coming right across the river very quickly. So if you live anywhere near the river, if you live around the Cuba area up towards Dixonville, get ready for some pretty strong winds within the next 10 to 15 minutes. I don't want to get too focused in on just this one cluster of thunderstorms, as we do have some severe weather down towards the Phillips, Arkansas area as well. This area did have the tornado possible tag. I'm not sure if it's still on there at the moment, but they still have that tornado possible tag on that storm, so we're keeping a close eye on that. Of course, this has been, all right, we'll get to that in just a moment there. So this storm has been producing some pretty strong winds here recently when it was outside of our viewing area, and that area of rotation has continued to push forward, just sort of right there along the leading edge of this storm. I'm trying to get my draw tool out here. So you can see the leading edge right there where we've got that complex green and red in there. Anywhere along that line, we could see maybe that punch from the backside that pushes it forward and could spin up a tornado quickly, though that's not happening at the moment right now. So that's some good news. Also out towards the Jackson area, there is still that observed tornado warning out that direction. So again, if you have any folks that you know out that direction, make sure that they are aware. Of course, this is outside of our viewing area. But we have seen some reports of that having touched down just west of the airport there on the west side of Jackson. I'm going to keep a close look at some of these storms here. I'm going to send things back over to meteorologist Trevor Burchett. I heard that we had a camera, so let's use that, and we'll just send things back over to Trevor as we've got some pretty strong storms coming through the area.
Yeah, guys, if you could just let me know where this camera is. Obviously, some heavy rain and high wind there. This is going to be Interstate 55 northbound near Joyner, Arkansas. So that's going to be over there in Crittenden County as well. They're kind of in a little bit of a break from, the worst of that storm. They're at least on the back side of it. But really what we're going to watch here, and guys, if maybe you want to work on a camera, let's maybe do Interstate 55 a little closer to Marion down toward West Memphis. And if you can find a northbound shot, that might be better. But and the reason I asked that, if you want to come back to the radar, I'll just show you. So Marion is kind of on the edge of that storm. Most of it's going to go just to the north of Marion, but really intense wind signatures in here between Marion and Clarkdale, and that is all headed into Shelby County. Now, again, most of this is going to miss the city of Memphis. This is going to be up to the north. I think they've done a great job drawing that severe thunderstorm warning box, that yellow box that you see there. That is kind of indicating where the storm is going to be headed. And that's going to be on the north side of Shelby County toward Millington. Shelby Forest is out there, really even north of Egypt. Those are the areas that are going to get the worst of this. And we're continuing to see strong indications of very high wind. This is not anything that's prompting a tornado warning right now. We don't have any tornado warnings at the moment, but I'm still concerned about this high wind potential. We're seeing a lot of it just crossing the river. And then, of course, that's the state line right there, that thick line. So that's going to be pretty much right on the river near the levees out there on the Arkansas side. So that area there, that blue dot in the storm winds, that's where we have really high winds. And that's coming pretty much close to Shelby Forest and then toward Cuba as well. So if you're out in those parts, you definitely want to hunker down. Again, this is not a tornado, but we still do have decent signatures of some pretty high wind out there toward the Shelby Forest area and eventually up toward Millington as well. So there's Millington right behind me, and that is where the highest wind is crossing the river. Eventually will be toward Millington and could even be into Tipton County as well. It seems like that's where the highest wind inside this storm is. Still strong indications of that bow echo where the wind is really high, especially on the back side of it, but definitely seeing some high wind gusts in there, and continuing to see it with the storms to the north. We have more storms coming through Lauderdale and Tipton counties. These are not quite as strong as what we're seeing down in far northern Shelby County right now, but still some heavy rain and high wind gusts from Tipton County up Highway 51 toward Lauderdale County as well. And I would imagine there's probably a good bit of lightning in this as well. If we go over kind of to the lightning mode, you see there are 314 strikes of lightning. And this is a great indication to show you which storm is the strongest. The strongest storm usually has the most lightning. So there is some thunder and lightning with that batch that's in Tipton County, Lauderdale County up to Dyersburg. But really where the lightning is piling up is with this storm in northern Crittenden County, and that is going to be crossing into northern Shelby County in a moment. Again, most of this misses the city of Memphis, unless that starts to build back a little more, which it could. But as it stands right now, most of this storm is going to be north of the city of Memphis. Now, the lightning is going to be close enough that we could still have a lightning concern in the city of Memphis. Lightning can strike several miles outside of the thunderstorm. We were seeing that late Sunday night when meteorologist Kit Thomas was tracking those storms. He was showing those bolts 10, 15 miles away. We had a storm, Kit, I think it was in West Memphis. We had lightning in East Memphis and Cordova from that. So that can happen. Lightning can jump out of the storm. So even though that storm is mainly north of Memphis, we could still see some lightning bolts in Memphis. So we don't need to be doing any recess, playtime outside, any of that. We need to kind of wrap that up in Memphis, even though the worst of it looks like it'll stay just to the north of town. Definitely some darkening skies. That is going to be from our Midtown camera looking back toward the north and west. So we're a little far from the storm in Midtown Memphis, but we might have a better view from our Arkansas Department of Transportation traffic camera. And this is going to be northbound 55 near Marion. We were talking about that just a bit ago, just to the north, on the north end of Marion. So we were talking about how, the north side of Marion was going to get some of the worst of it. And you can see the heavy rain, even some ponding on that frontage road there. So that's another thing that as these storms come through, might see some water get stuck on the roadways for at least a couple of minutes, until the drainage system can kind of catch up. But at least for this moment, we're going to continue to see the potential of some heavy rain and some high wind gusts as well. We are getting reports, and Kit, we'll get back to our storms here in just a moment, but reports of the Kirkland's warehouse in Jackson that got hit. And if you know that area, there's a lot of industry, areas like that. And it seems like the Kirkland's warehouse in Jackson, Tennessee might have been hit by that tornado. So we're watching that storm. That's roofs removed up in Jackson. So we might have just had a bad tornado up there near Jackson, at least close to it. That storm's headed away from us. But I do want to give you that heads up. I know a lot of us know folks in Jackson and have family there. I do too. It seems like we might have just had a tornado up there. With our batch of storms, the biggest concern is going to be those winds. And we have some pretty serious winds now on the northern portion of Shelby County. And Kit, I'm going to toss back to you for just a second and let you kind of investigate that. My battery for my earpiece has died, so I've been at work a little too long. I got to swap that out. But definitely Millington, northern Shelby County, it seems like they're going to get the worst of it.
Yeah, I think Millington is going to be sort of the next up place for where we see a little more dense population with some severe wind threats. We're kind of headed into a difficult spot with the radar. The thing is, if you get too far from the radar beam, as it is angled up about half a degree and the Earth curves away, it eventually gets thousands and thousands of feet well away. Thing is, though, it's looking just out to the side. It doesn't look directly up. So we're getting to a point where the radar is not going to be able to see the mid and upper levels of this storm. We're just going to see what's happening directly at the surface. That's good if we're trying to see a tornado, but this is more just a straight line wind threat right now. So we're going to sort of maybe see it weakening as it's coming in here. You can see just sort of the chaotic nature. I really enjoy getting to see like a line of storms coming in right within the last couple of miles of a storm, because you can see the peaks of the wind as it's pushing through. It's not just one full front of a cluster of winds. It's going to be a punch of wind here a few blocks away. It's not quite as windy, another punch of wind. And you can see all of these little bitty peaks of those winds. So this is just like the very fine details that you don't really see every single time. You see just all of these little bitty peaks of those winds, 60 miles per hour, so still going to be severe. But it's going to be very localized where you see that severe thunderstorms. If this was a whole cluster instead of this bright green here, if this was all bright blue, that would be more widespread threat of some damaging winds. But this is going to be pockets of these strong winds, and it's going to be pretty changeable. So you're going to see just, winds ramp up and ramp back down, ramp back up, ramp back down. So it's going to be a burst of wind. And that's what sometimes leads to these trees getting pushed down. Sometimes they can sustain just a straight wind that pushes them. But when they're getting rocked and battered, that's when they start to break their roots and really start to rip up. And we start to see trees getting toppled. So that's something to kind of geek out over. Apologies. But of course, whenever we talk about these storms, getting close to the radar, you see things that you can't really see more than a few miles away. So this is just right outside of the radar site. Millington, right up there, about within 10 miles of the radar site. We're getting to see some of the lowest levels of that thunderstorm. Gilestown, though, you're starting to see some of those strong winds right on your doorstep. So around the Woodstock to Ramsey, Gilestown area, going to see some strong winds really picking up here very soon. So those trees that could be toppled, you want to treat it similar to a tornado warning. You don't want to be set next to a window and next to your wall. You want to have as many walls between you and outside as possible. Just because you can't have a tree that falls down and it can break through an exterior wall, but maybe not through the rest of the house there as well. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that I want to show you. This is now south of the Memphis area, including parts of Tunica County. This is northern Quitman County, and into Coahoma County there as well. So Panola County, a little bit of there in that area, and far western parts of Tate County also included within this severe thunderstorm warning. This is to sort of extend the warnings that we've had across our southeastern Arkansas areas here. So this is until 4:30 this evening. They've removed the tornado possible tag on that storm, so that's some good news. Not seeing quite as much of the rotation threat with that storm now. and they still have 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. That being said, there is still some areas of some mid to upper level rotation within that thunderstorm, but it hasn't been as organized as we would need it to be to confirm the need for a tornado at that point. And sort of on the backside, right there around the Wabash area, it's on the backside of the storm. Sometimes you can get some chaotic motion on the backside of a storm, whereas the front side of the storm, the lower area where you get that rotation, that updraft signature, that's where we have the potential for a tornado to develop. So not really seeing that much of a tornado threat at the moment right now. Off to the north, though, we are seeing very, very heavy rainfall. Bartlett, you're probably going to get clipped with this. We're probably going to see that wind come through the area there. Egypt, Lakeland, eventually to the Galloway, we could see that's pretty strong wind. But notice on the southern side, right here around West Memphis, we have the outflow boundary coming sort of disjointed from the storm here. So that is basically where we've got the winds that have been pushing out. They've sort of smacked down to the ground and they're starting to spread out. Think of like when you drop a rock in a pond, you get a ripple. Get all the words jumbled there. That's what we're seeing. And if you can sort of continue that curve up into the storm from around Proctor to West Memphis, that's right to where we were looking at the leading edge of those straight line winds coming into the radar. I'll switch it back over. You can see that's about where we've got it, and it's actually just updated under that there. So pretty strong winds coming in on the low levels of the storm. So Millington, make sure you're getting to a safe place rather than sticking around outside as these very strong winds begin to come in to the Millington area. This looks like it's right around Quito Road, north of the Lucy area. Highway 51 around Millington, that's probably where we're going to see. Right now it's on the west side of Highway 51. It's eventually going to jump over to the east side here very, very soon. That's the area we're looking at for some of the most significant winds at the moment. The north side, we're kind of in an area where it's crossing the beam. It's going towards the east there. So that means that the radar is seeing perpendicular to the storm motion, so we can't see quite as clearly where that heavy wind is. But when you look at the radar, you still see that heavy convection. We're probably going to see more of the severe wind threat on the southern side of the storm near Atoka and the Gilt Edge and eventually Covington area rather than up towards Cherry and the Ripley and Gates areas. I'm sending things back over to Chief Meteorologist Trevor Burchett, see what he's been keeping an eye on over in the Weather Center.
Yeah, Kit, appreciate that. Just want to do an update for everybody. I know we are still on the air, 3:48. We are normally off the air at this point. We're going to stick on for just a little bit longer here, at least for maybe a few more minutes, and just kind of watch these storms. Regardless, we're going to keep streaming, but we'll see what happens with the TV side. Don't want to take up too much TV time. I know we've got J HUD coming up on ABC. I don't want to take up too much of that unless we have to. But just kind of set the scene for you. Everybody under a tornado watch through 8 o'clock tonight. I don't think it's going to last that long. This is kind of the one and done line of thunderstorms. So once this line passes you, you're done. So most of eastern Arkansas, we are out of here. So I'm just getting a report now we keep getting reports from Jackson, Tennessee. Seems like we had a tornado there. The TBI building, which is out there, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, sounds like they had some damage. The roof across the road was torn off from them, but no injuries there. And I know a lot of us in TV, we work closely with those people at the TBI. So we might want to check in up there and just see what's going on. But that was a tornado that came through Jackson, Tennessee just a bit ago and produced some damage there. We've seen some videos of some debris flying around. We've not had that yet here, but again, everybody's under a tornado watch until 8 o'clock. We're quickly clearing out eastern Arkansas. We've still got some storms down in Phillips County. Those are crossing the river. And I would say within the next 30 minutes, these will be fully on the east side of the river, and this will be done for eastern Arkansas. So once this line passes you, you are kind of done. I know we've got a tornado watch, but for right now, we don't have any tornado warnings in our area, just that one with the tornado near Jackson, Tennessee. That's moving away. We do have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, though. The biggest concern for us right now seems to be the high wind gusts and hail. We have several storms that are doing that. We had this storm down here south of Corinth. It produced some hail near Oxford a bit ago, and it's now coming into far southern portions of Alcorn County, northern Prentiss County down near Boonville. That's going to be going into Tishomingo County here soon. But south of Corinth, some hail with that storm. And then we have these two clusters of thunderstorms that are crossing the river now. And I'll be honest with you, if this stays par the course, Memphis and DeSoto County are probably not going to see much. You know, for many, many years, I've been refuting the rumors of the Bluffs doing anything, and I think at this point I'm going to have to start investigating it because it seems like Memphis has gotten really lucky over the last couple of times. Not that any of us are going to complain about that. We know that it can happen. We have had storms cross the Bluff. Hurricane Elvis in 2003. We knew it. It seems like we have just gotten really lucky the last few times. But again, let's all take that for a thank you, a thankful word, because we do have areas that are seeing lots of storms right now, north and south of Memphis. I want to start out with this cluster in North Mississippi. That's going to be crossing the river pretty much at Helena, West Helena right now, into Tunica and Clarksdale as well. And it's kind of got that same bow echo feature where we have really fast winds on the backside of that storm. Winds in here probably 60 to 70 miles an hour. That's coming into southern Tunica, northern Coahoma, and Quitman County. Eventually could be near Senatobia and Batesville within maybe the next 30 minutes. I have been watching this carefully. Obviously wind is a big concern in this. We've seen wind gusts in here that could be as high as 50 to 60 miles an hour. But I've also been watching the rotation mode of the winds. There have been a couple of areas that have caught my eye recently. I'm not seeing too much of it at this moment, but this is a storm that does bear watching because now that it's getting across the river, the environment actually gets a little better for severe thunderstorms. So these storms that we're watching, as they are crossing the river, they could gain some intensity into North Mississippi and West Tennessee. So no tornado concern with that one. Definitely some high winds, though. I'm going to track this out, and then we have a new severe thunderstorm warning I want to get to. This is moving to the east at 45 miles an hour. So again, this is mainly going to be the show for North Mississippi. So we'll time all of this out for you. And again, we'll time it out for about the next hour and a half. That's going to put it near Jonestown at 4:15, Senatobia at about 4:27, Sardis at 4:35, Batesville at 4:57, Abbeville at 5:06, and eventually closer to Oxford by 5:11 if it holds together. So we're giving you kind of an hour and a half heads up, but that's kind of where this batch of storms is going to go. And I want to give you that heads up because, again, as these storms cross the river, there's a little more storm energy for them to work with, and we could see these ramp up a little bit more. Wind and hail going to stay the biggest concerns, but we still do have a tornado potential to be worried about. Okay, we'll check in with that here in just a minute. We've got a camera on standby there, but I do want to get a quick update on this storm that's coming through the Memphis area and West Tennessee. We do have some heavy thunderstorms from Dyersburg. Let me see if I can get Dyersburg on the map there, just a little bit cut off. There's Dyersburg. So from Dyersburg, eastern Dyer County, coming into northern Haywood, Crockett, leaving Lauderdale County at this point, but then right through Tipton. We've got these thunderstorms that are pretty heavy, high wind gusts and hail 50 to 60 miles an hour. So that's going to be near Brownsville, Alamo areas in the next bit. Really the most concerning storm at this moment is for the wind, and it's what's coming into Millington right now. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's issued for this. This is for basically Highway 64 and north in Shelby County. So if you are south of Highway 64, this storm's not going to get you. Airport area, downtown even, Midtown, East Memphis, Cordova. This is all to the north of you. This storm is really going to be far northern Fraser, far northern Raleigh, up Austin P, toward Millington along Singleton Parkway, north of Bartlett, and probably north of Lakeland. Could come close to Arlington, though. But this storm, again, coming into Millington now, that's going to be for far northern Shelby County and for far northern Fayette County as it continues. It's also, again, there through Tipton County and Haywood County. But that storm, as it's coming in, is producing some really high wind. And it's actually on top of the radar right now. So we should get a good view inside of this. That radar, that line that you see there, that is down at the old Millington Naval Air Station. So there's Navy Road. Here's Veterans Parkway. If you've ever been out there for an air show, that big white soccer ball looking thing, that is the Memphis Weather Service weather radar. It's the government radar that covers our area, and we all have access to it. But again, that is in Millington. So now that the storm is basically on top of the radar, you can't get a much better view than this. So once we go to the wind, and Kit was talking about this a little earlier, you'll be able to see those smaller pixels in here where the wind is really ramped up. And we have what's called here this cone of silence. There comes a point within about a mile where if it's too close to the radar, you can't see anything. So that's why there's this donut hole looking thing right here. But just outside of that, really bright colors on the east side of Millington and coming into Millington across 51 near Veterans Parkway right now. So that is an area where we have probably some pretty decent wind. I'll kind of poke around here and just see what some of this wind is looking like. Man, really they're east of Millington and east of that. Looks like we got a new tornado warning. It looks like it's going to trim part of our area. But again, 55, 60 mile an hour winds near Millington right now. That's going to be for the northern side of Shelby County. All right, they've trimmed Alcorn County into this tornado warning just barely. Man, they barely clipped Alcorn County, the far southeastern corner. This storm in Prentiss County near Boonville. We were talking about that a minute ago. This is outside of our viewing area, as is Tishomingo County. I used to work down in this area. That's how I know all of these counties. I used to work in Columbus, Mississippi. So this is the area I covered. But down near Boonville, Prentiss County into Tishomingo County, that is a new tornado warning. And it's close enough that they have clipped portions of Alcorn County. So there's Corinth. I mean, literally like 2 miles of the far bottom south corner of Alcorn County is involved in that warning. I don't know what the siren policy is in Alcorn County. They might be setting off the sirens for the whole county, but really the area of concern, that's going to be down in Prentiss County coming into Tishomingo County. So Alcorn County, I want to talk about that for a moment just because technically you are involved in a tornado warning, but the area of rotation, a pretty decent one there, that's going to be on the eastern side of Boonville, and it's going to stay mainly to the south of Alcorn County. So Corinth, you are not in this tornado warning. This is way south of you and coming into Tishomingo County, but I want to let you know that because you're going to see it scrolling here that we have a tornado warning for Alcorn County, but it's literally the smallest bottom corner. It's mainly going to be a Prentiss County and a Tishomingo County issue. So we'll keep watching that. We'll make sure it stays south of Alcorn County, but again, I think that's mainly going to be an issue for Tishomingo County. Our focus for now is going to remain on the very high wind gust coming through Millington. And we'll have to look at the Millington Airport's weather station and see, what kind of wind it's reporting as it rolls through, because I would not be surprised if we definitely had some 50 to 60 mile an hour wind in Millington right now. And again, that's all coming east. So Tipton, Rosemark areas, Arlington, you're probably going to be affected by this. This is going to ride right along the Paul Barrett Parkway. Paul Barrett at 51, it's pretty much right over that right now. So as you go further to the east on 385, the Paul Barrett Parkway, over towards Singleton, you get to Highway 70, and then eventually toward I-40. That northern side of the Paul Barrett Parkway really going to be the worst hit with the highest wind. And again, that is going to come pretty close to Arlington in the next bit. We could see 60 to maybe even 70 mile an hour winds with this storm. So we'll track this out again because it's also going to be a northern Fayette County, a southern Haywood County, and a Tipton County issue as well. Definitely the strongest winds on the southern flank of that storm, though. It's moving east at about 40 miles an hour. So I'm going to track out kind of just this section of it off toward the east for about the next hour or so. So Arlington at 411, whatever you're doing in Arlington right now, if it involves doing something outside, let's wrap that up and head inside. Mason at 412, Lakeland at 422, Fayette Corners at 443, and then Whiteville at 453. So that's again coming into northern Fayette County, and eventually will be an issue for northern Hardeman County and southern Haywood County. So that is where that storm's headed again. That is producing high wind gusts of 50 to 60, possibly even higher miles an hour. We'll check out some of our cameras. We should be getting a decent view of that. Man, look at that, Kit. Pretty wild view there. And I've got those cameras pulled up over here. I couldn't get it to load over on that computer, but I do have it pulled up over here. We can move this around a little bit. But what we're looking at, as Kit was talking about, is kind of the outflow boundary with this thunderstorm. I know it looks alarming. We call these SLCs, scary looking clouds. That's about all they are. There's nothing too crazy with any of them. This does not look like a tornado situation at all right now. I know we have some clouds that are kind of dangling below the other clouds. That always is a little alarming to some people, but nothing in this that is indicative that we have a tornado. What this is just that bottom flank of the thunderstorms that are producing high wind gusts and hail, mainly to the north in Millington, but we're kind of getting that outflow boundary of these thunderstorms as we're pretty much looking right into it now off to the north. Again, you're looking from the Southern College of Optometry in Midtown, so we're looking north from that toward Millington, and quite a spooky view. Probably got a lot of people worried out there in Memphis, but again, this storm is going to stay north of Memphis, mainly an issue for places like Millington and Arlington. But we are looking again kind of on the south flank of that storm where we have a little bit of outflow coming out, kind of a little gust of wind coming out of the storm, and that's helping some of those clouds to develop. I want to see if I can zoom this out any more. Might be able to get a slightly better view. The further out I can zoom, I think I might be all the way zoomed out on this camera. But still a wild view there. As we spin this around just a little bit more, we'll look kind of even deeper into the storm. And again, it's going to take just a second to kind of catch up with me here. But I've pointed it over toward Crosstown Concourse. From Midtown on Madison Avenue, we're looking off almost to the north and east now. So there's Crosstown Concourse, and we're looking right into that thunderstorm. Man, I tell you, Memphis just missed it by a couple of miles. Because it's mainly, again, up to Millington and also up to Arlington areas as well. This is out at the flyover from the Royal Furniture there near the drive-in. And this is on I-40 just to the north of the flyover. So we're looking up toward Covington Pike and White Station. Darkening skies there. Of course, we get a little bit of a better view from higher up. That view in Midtown was from about 12 or 13 stories up on top of the optometry school. But definitely some darkening skies. I don't want that to alarm you in Memphis. Again, that's just kind of the southern flank of that thunderstorm that we are watching there. And there's a better view of it, so that'll show you Memphis is really not involved in this at all. This is well to the north of Memphis, but it's coming through Millington right now, and it's going to be really close to Arlington with some pretty decent wind gusts there. So we'll watch that one. And while we watch that, I do want to zoom out and just kind of check out everything that's going on. I do want to mention again, we technically have a tornado warning for the southern corner of Alcorn County. That storm is actually near Boonville in Prentiss County, and it's moving into Tishomingo County, but it's close enough that they clipped part of Alcorn County. I'm not concerned right now for Alcorn County for a tornado. That tornado, if it touches down, is going to be south of the county, but it is going to be close to Boonville and then eventually into Tishomingo County. So if you know anybody out there up toward those areas, keep an eye on that. But again, that is going to be mainly to the south of Alcorn County for a possible tornado near Boonville. Also watching some storms down to the south in Coahoma, Tunica County. This is all crossing the river. Probably some high winds in here near Friars Point south of Helena, West Helena. This storm maybe not as impressive as it was a moment ago, but Kit, something that the National Weather Service is saying is that the further east these storms go, the stronger they could get because there's a lot more storm energy to work with off to the east. So while these storms might not be incredibly impressive right now, and I mean they are producing 60-mile-an-hour winds, so I think that's kind of impressive. But the further east they go, they could get even more impressive. You see, we actually have some pretty rough thunderstorms up near Nashville right now that are producing tornadoes. I will show you the Storm Prediction Center's outlook just to give you an idea, because the further east you go, again, that risk continues. So we're kind of on the back edge of that severe weather risk. Those storms fired up right on that line, and as they march east, they're going to get stronger and stronger toward Nashville. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this. Through at least 6 o'clock, we've got the potential of severe weather North Mississippi and West Tennessee. I think for the most part, East Arkansas is done with the severe weather. It's clearing out. But for the next few hours, West Tennessee and North Mississippi, we're going to keep an eye on this. Could see those storms ramp up just a little bit over the next couple of hours. Kit.
Thank you, Trevor. Excellent reporting there. Lots and lots happening around the area. I want to take a minute to sort of reset as we've now come into the 4 o'clock hour. Our folks on WATN, ABC 24, probably expecting to see Jennifer Hudson. Sorry, we're not Jennifer Hudson. We've got some severe thunderstorms around the Mid-South, and we're doing extended coverage on that as we've had numerous tornado warnings as well as many severe thunderstorm warnings impacting much of our area. Meteorologist Kit Thomas, Chief Meteorologist Trevor Burchett is also in this evening. We're giving you the coverage of this severe weather on ABC 24 and CW 30. And also on our streaming platforms on Fire TV, Amazon Fire TV, Roku, and Apple TV, as well as on Facebook and on YouTube as well. So we've got this area in northern Mississippi that we're starting to see storms enter that could produce some more severe weather. We've been looking at some of the parameters out in this direction, and there is still plenty of energy and plenty of instability for these thunderstorms to continue to ramp up over the next several hours here. So we do have a tornado watch that's out across this area. I'll show that to you right here. as we do have that in our area until late this evening. So it's going to be several hours before this is really cleared out. Here's a look. The yellow on the background is the tornado watch. We've seen parts of Arkansas trimmed out of that. We've got a couple severe thunderstorm warnings in our viewing area as well. The tornado watch is until 8 o'clock this evening for our entire viewing area, though we are seeing the backside of that around Arkansas being trimmed out of that. We'll update that when we do have that. But a few tornadoes are possible. 70-mile-per-hour winds are also possible, and the large hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter is also possible. We've seen some severe thunderstorm warnings up to 2 inches for the warning already, so we've seen some large hail potential already around this area. As we look back at radar, we've got numerous thunderstorms that have been going on. I'll say one thing to sort of refute what Trevor was saying about the bluff. We've had some of those thunderstorms that clustered up over the last couple of hours back across central Arkansas. You know, sometimes people say the bluff protects us from the storms. Can't really get that as a guarantee, because what was happening was we had those storms kind of split around the I-40 corridor 2 hours before it got to the bluff. So what the bluff is about 100, 150 feet. What happened 40, 50, 60 miles away is what caused us to avoid some of those thunderstorms. So we'll keep an eye on that. Of course, there may be some truth to some small areas that lead to some small level influence, but at least for these thunderstorms, bluff had no part in it. But of course, we have some of those storms still with severe thunderstorm risks, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and 1-inch diameter hail with these storms on the southern side. So here on the north side of Coahoma County, Clarksdale, you're not included in this. We do have a severe thunderstorm for your area at the moment. We'll put that info on the screen. Helena, West Helena is within this, but you're sort of on the north side of the thunderstorm, still under a risk for some strong winds with that, and possibly some lightning. But we're looking at that radar indicated threat of 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Going up a little farther to the north, of course, we're just passing by the Memphis area. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning around the Millington area along the 385 loop that direction. Covington to Mason is about to see some heavy rainfall there around that area. Could see some strong winds and possibly some hail within that thunderstorm. This severe thunderstorm warning, I'll get that info on the screen for you once again. Also for the chance of 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. And this runs until 4:30 this evening. It does include the area around Brownsville. The rain is starting to move towards you. It'll be there a little quicker than the Oakland area. Oakland, I think you're going to be pretty much clear of the threat from that thunderstorm. Meanwhile, Alcorn County, I'll go ahead and give you a clear there around the Rienzi area and Leedy. You're really not seeing the threat of the tornado to sort of do a loop back around towards you. It's more towards the Cairo area, Cairo. I've heard it pronounced a couple of different ways, so apologize on that. But it looks like it's well outside of Alcorn County. We're not going to see any of that threat around that area any longer. So that's some good news there, but we are keeping a close eye on this area because, of course, that storm has several storm chasers on it who are very reliable storm chasers who have been reporting some rapid rotation within the thunderstorm, but not at ground level. They did see a funnel cloud east of Boonville briefly, but it's not quite as impressive rotation as it has been in the last 15 minutes or so. So it looks like it's on sort of a weakening trend at the moment. And I say at the moment because whenever we have storms in this kind of environment, they can cycle where they wind up, could produce a tornado, and then wind back down and wind back up again. We can sort of see them cycling between this. So it could ramp back up as it moves on towards northern Alabama. But this whole area here centered around the Oxford region, there's still some decent parameters of strong winds aloft as well as at the surface. Plus, we've got a lot of instability around this area. As I pull up the temperatures around the area, the current temperature in Oxford at the moment is pretty warm. It's all the way up to around 77 degrees, so it's not as warm as it could be, but of course we've had a lot of clouds around the area. Thing is though, the dew point is also around 70 degrees, so we've got very high humidity, and all that moisture could pull into some of these thunderstorms and produce a tornado as well. So 82 right now here in the Memphis area, so still pretty warm here. Winds are still pretty breezy as well. Outside of those thunderstorms, we're seeing some winds around 15-20 miles per hour around the area. So keeping a close eye on that as we look at the energy, the storm energy, as well as the spin, the shear within the atmosphere. There's plenty of that, mostly across northern Mississippi now is where we're seeing some of the darker shades there of red into the Oxford area. So even though the Oxford area had some storms recently, we still have plenty of energy where that storm could tap back into that potential. Of course, you've seen the storms marching across the Mississippi River into northwest Mississippi. That next cluster could still consume some of that energy that's left there around Panola County, Tate County, on towards Marshall and Lafayette County as well. So a lot happening around the Mid-South this evening. We did have one report of a tornado around Jackson, Tennessee earlier. It looks like that severe thunderstorm has been extended as a severe thunderstorm warning, not as a tornado warning there, moving into parts of northwest Alabama. Around the Memphis area, though, we're probably going to see the winds picking up here very shortly, probably around the Midtown area. You're already seeing that dark cloud that was rolling in. I want to take a look back at the Midtown camera because we were seeing those low-level clouds rolling through. You can kind of tell right there in the sky that we've got some of those low-level clouds starting to roll through just right up in here. That's sort of the outflow of the storm. You can almost see just the angle of the level of those clouds there. That's a little bit higher back towards the north, and then towards the south, the cloud level is a little bit lower. That's because we had sort of a front. It's a cold front of sorts, basically coming out of the thunderstorm. I'll draw that on there for you so you can see right about there. Have a mini cold front that came out of the thunderstorm. And so that's going to bring in a northerly breeze for us. That'll probably drop the temperature down at the airport. It was 82 just a moment ago. It'll probably drop that down once it pushes through. So winds are going to change, but it's not going to be severe winds. We'll just see some gusty breeze coming through the area. And then, of course, you see where that front sort of connects back up with the thunderstorm. That's where it's still connected to the storm, and that's where we could still see severe winds rolling through the Mason area up towards Brownsville. So I want to look at the velocity. Now that we're on the other side of the radar site, it's all going to be red rather than green. The green is moving towards the radar, red is moving away, and we're starting to see some severe winds north of the Mason area. That'll be moving from Cotton Lake and Mason up towards Stanton, right there along Highway 70. So if you're along Highway 70 around parts of Stanton, there into Haywood County, you're probably going to start to see those winds pick up here within the next 5 to 10 minutes. I'm going to send things back over to meteorologist Trevor Burchett for more updates.
All right, Kate. Yeah, just kind of watching these couple of thunderstorms. And I'll tell you what here, for at least a moment, I might give it another 10 minutes or so. We might let our TV audience go back to regular programming. But I want to stay with this for a little bit longer. And we're going to continue our live stream. But I don't want to stay on TV too long if there's nothing extremely serious happening right at the moment. Of course, we did have that tornado warning that was for Alcorn County, far southern Alcorn County. That's been trimmed back as expected. So Alcorn County is clear. And then eastern Arkansas, we could almost give you the all clear for tonight. We've even had some counties dropped from that tornado watch. What we're going to continue to keep an eye on, though, is West Tennessee and North Mississippi. Two separate clusters of storms, one of those to the south of Memphis, one of those to the north of Memphis, both producing high wind gusts and a little bit of hail. I want to start with the southern one. It seems like it might be getting a little more intensity. And again, what we're going to have to watch is as these move east, they could pick up a little steam before they get out of here. So north of Clarksdale right now, pretty nasty storm. Might even be some hail in there along with the high winds. That's going to be moving through Coahoma, Quitman, eventually Panola County, and then toward Oxford, even Senatobia in the next bit. So that is a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning. We don't have any of those right now. And that's why I don't necessarily want to stay on TV too much longer, but I do want to make sure you have this information. That's moving to the east at about 40 miles an hour. So we'll track it out. Clarksdale pretty much right now marks at 444, Sardis at 450, Batesville at 506, Cortland at 516, Oxford at 537. So over about the next hour and a half, this storm will be moving through North Mississippi. So if you know anybody in Oxford, you've got about an hour, 15 minutes before that storm heads your way. And again, high wind gusts and hail are the concerns right now. we can't completely rule out a tornado or two. We're going to watch this very carefully here. Off to the north, and I'll say kind of in between, like we were talking about, kind of tongue-in-cheek, there's not much happening in Memphis right now. We had a storm to our north, a storm to our south. Memphis has been spared the brunt of it for today, and it seems like the last couple of times as well. We have gotten lucky, that is for sure, in the city. But off to the north, Millington, Arlington areas, they're seeing some pretty heavy rain and high wind. DeSoto County, I think you're going to be okay. But for Memphis and DeSoto County, I'm not overly concerned about either one of those areas. I think for many of us, those areas are going to be dry. They literally got split by the two storms. So if you are in Memphis, DeSoto County, a couple of showers, but I think you're going to miss that severe weather potential. I know you're still in a watch, but it seems like we're going to kind of get split here in Memphis and DeSoto County, and we're going to miss the worst of those storms. Again, we have the one to the south. It's going to be an issue for Marks, Batesville, Oxford, and Sardis Lake. High wind gusts there, and then definitely some high winds continuing with this little storm. That's going to be moving out of northern Shelby County, northern Fayette counties next, and then into Haywood County as well. We've seen wind gusts in here of anywhere from 50 to 60 miles an hour. We'll track that out over the next little bit. Humboldt at 427, Jackson at 447. By the way, Jackson has tornado damage. They had a tornado go through there a minute ago, and then that'll be near Lexington and eventually out of the Mid-South by about 5:30. So it looks like if we can get to 5:30, this will pretty much be done for the night. Again, I'm looking at this storm in Memphis right now, and it seems to me like we are generally going to miss a good chunk of this. We're going to have to watch these little showers in here because there's a possibility that those try to flare up into some thunderstorms. But as far as that back edge goes, once that clears through in the next 20 to 30 minutes, we'll be able to give Memphis and DeSoto County the all clear. And then we got about another hour and a half before this gets completely out of the area. So what we're going to do, we're going to stay on our live stream. We're not going to go anywhere. I do invite you to join us on our live stream. You can find that on your Roku, your Fire TV, your Apple TV. We're going to continue our severe weather coverage there. So if you want continuous updated information, again, we're on your smart TV, Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV. We're also streaming on Facebook, on our ABC 24 app, and on abc24.com. So we will continue our coverage there. But of course, we also have our newscast coming up at 5 p.m. So we're not going anywhere. We're going to be watching things. But for right now, we will send you back to regular programming on ABC 24 and CW30. We'll continue our coverage now on ABC 24 Plus for Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV. We'll see you at 5 o'clock. All right, we're going to continue our coverage here. Let those folks get back to at least a little bit of Jennifer Hudson. But we're going to continue to watch this for the next bit. And Kate, if you wouldn't mind maybe juggling this for just a little bit, I'm going to try to get some stuff prepared for the 5 o'clock news. But really, two things we're watching. We got that storm to the south, which almost looks like it might be trying to beef up just a little bit. And then the storms to the north, both of them producing some high wind gusts and hail. But we got about another hour and a half before we can give it the all clear. Those storms could still ramp up. I mean, they're already pretty strong now, but we could see them get even stronger here in the next bit.
We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Haywood and Crockett County as well, so we're keeping a close eye on some of the northern end of this line of thunderstorms. This is now sort of connected a good bit from southwestern parts of Kentucky all the way down to Shelby County. A gap there that has just sort of developed over the last couple of hours, and then down the line is even more storms all the way down into northern Louisiana. So a pretty broad area of severe thunderstorms, as well as more storms all the way out to the North Carolina line in East Tennessee as well. So some details on that new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued in the last couple of minutes here. I'll get that information on your screen so you can look along with me on this, but it's covering a pretty wide area, but the only ones in our viewing area are Haywood County and Crockett County. Also into Carroll, Gibson, and Madison County. That severe thunderstorm warning is present. So the winds are for 60 miles per hour and the hail is for 1 inch diameter. So that is the baseline severe threat. And we're looking at the northern end of this system, really transitioning more to a line of complex thunderstorms. Not really the tornadic individual supercell thunderstorm, though we do see that one tornado warning ahead of the line. Whenever we have a line of thunderstorms, if there's anything that can gobble up the energy quickly ahead, rather than having the line having to share all of that energy, usually we'll see the isolated tornado threat along the individual storms out ahead, and then it transitions to a straight line wind threat. That's going to be crossing the I-40 corridor, though. Outside of Shelby County, right there from around Longtown all the way up to the Huntersville area. We'll see pretty intense winds coming through that area over the next several minutes here. So looking at the wind speeds, most of this is in the 2,000 to 3,000 level of the thunderstorm, but we'll at least look at what those are showing up here on the radar there. So it looks around 58 to 65 miles an hour or so. That's right there at the threshold for severe. 58 is technically where we start severe winds. They technically do it off of knots, and so 55 knots is where we begin severe weather. That translates to 58. We just usually warn at 60 rather than all the way down to 58 miles per hour. But whenever we see these strong winds, they can sometimes cause damage across a wide area. Many miles could see little bits and pieces of damage there, rather than a tornado being a very small, isolated path of that storm. So you can sometimes see a more wide swath of severe wind damage from severe thunderstorm warning. So you always want to treat it seriously, as we could see that damage coming through that area. Down towards the south, this is more of a trimmed up view of that previous severe thunderstorm warning complex that we had coming out of Arkansas. Now it's crossed the river into Mississippi, Tunica County, Tate County, parts of Coahoma, Quitman, and Panola counties, all within that severe thunderstorm warning. And it's really just these two clusters of storms that we've got right now. The Alcorn County storm has moved on. We weren't really seeing much for the severe threat in that direction, but the tornado warning did clip a little bit of Alcorn County, and that's just moved through Tishomingo County and now on into northwestern parts of Alabama this evening. So not quite our viewing area any longer. Much of this area is still, of course, the Memphis area. We're seeing just a few pockets of rain showing up over the last 20 minutes or so. Some of that is from the outflow. We were talking about the gust of wind coming outside of the storm. So we look at the radar, the camera here from Midtown, you can actually see one of those new showers popping up just right there. A little bit of that light rainfall showing up just to the northwest of downtown, just right there. A little bit of light rainfall starting to pop down. So pretty cool view there as these storms are moving. You can sort of tell by the clouds here at the top of the camera. Those winds are blowing those clouds to the north to northwest or so. So pretty cool view. That's right where we were looking there from Midtown around the Southern College of Optometry. From right about here looking to the northwest, that's where we get that heavy rainfall showing up, or just light rainfall really showing up there on that camera. But otherwise, there's not a whole lot that's going to be happening for Memphis proper. So dodged a bullet this time, but we may still see severe thunderstorms come again. Maybe by the weekend, we've got another chance for some thunderstorms around the area. I want to take a look at the forecast, just where these storms are heading over the next little while here. So this is just a model, so it's not an exact representation of the atmosphere, though it does pull in the radar data to seed this model with that information. It's showing up with some rain around DeSoto County, which we know is not happening. So there's some error with this model, but it does show also that storm around the Alcorn County area. So we've got that isolated storm out ahead. So there are some things that's getting correct, some things that's getting wrong. No single model is exactly correct. It just gives us an idea of this. So we're taking that of the exact location of some of these thunderstorms is off, but the timing, the position of it is actually pretty accurate. So let's look at the timing of this over the next couple of hours here. It looks like it'll be moving through the Corinth area, through Oxford again, around the 5 to 6 o'clock time frame. So we still have another couple hours with these thunderstorms in our viewing area. Then it will continue to push east. Probably by around 7 o'clock, it's going to be clear of our area. So if you're hoping to watch a show this evening on prime time, good news. We're not going to be interrupting your programming for any of these thunderstorms. And as I'm speaking right now, I'm hearing right here in our studios just outside of the flyover, rain's starting to come down for us. But as we head through the next several hours overnight into Wednesday morning, it's going to be a clear day tomorrow. We will start to see some scattered showers into the evening time frame, and those will be rolling through mostly north of our viewing area, and then into Thursday we'll have more of a northerly breeze, and it's going to cool things down. It's going to be beautiful. We're looking at 70s on the way as we head through the rest of the week. So definitely some something to look forward to over the next couple of hours. Tonight we'll clear things out, and then we'll start to see things ramp down over the next couple of days. So that's good news for us here. I want to take a look at that rainstorm that's just popped up here just outside the flyover. Yeah, that's right over our studios here. So just a couple of pockets of heavy rainfall, non-severe for us, but outside of the Memphis areas where we do have that severe thunderstorm warning, still over the next several minutes here. I'll pop that information on your screen there. Brownsville, Mason, Millington, you're sort of on the backside of this. Millington's not really seeing much of the severe threat any longer. Lakeland, you're going to see some heavy rainfall, but this is about to expire here in the next 5 minutes, and they are going to reissue the current warning downstream here into northwestern Mississippi. So this storm here is sort of taking over as the main, more intense thunderstorm, and Trevor mentioned it a couple of times already that we've got sort of this backwards shaped C here. That bowing structure of the thunderstorm indicates that we've got very strong punch of winds on the backside there. So that's where we're seeing some of the more severe characteristics of that thunderstorm probably taking effect. The thing is, the radar itself is looking from the north, looking almost due south on this storm in that direction. So whenever we're having storms that are moving across the beam, we can't really sample it very well for what the surface winds are doing. So it makes it very difficult to tell on velocity. I'll still look at it though, so you can still kind of see some of that interaction of those storms around that area, but some of those winds still pretty strong. New severe thunderstorm warning coming out here, and that has just been issued there. Northern parts of Panola County, southern Tate County, that does include Senatobia. Senatobia, you're going to see some strong winds with that. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with this, and 1-inch diameter hail. Also the Sledge area, you're going to be right up next here for these strong winds starting to come out of this thunderstorm. As we look back at the velocity, again, we can't sample the exact speed of these storms, but you can kind of see with the leading edge of that thunderstorm where we're having some of that, the winds coming through. So that's right around the leading edge of that thunderstorm. So that's the newest severe thunderstorm warning. We've got a couple off to the north. The Shelby County one will expire in the next few minutes or so here. And then off towards the north here, towards Crockett and parts of Haywood County, I should say. We've got some severe winds up that direction. This is a little easier to see as it's moving directly away from the radar site there. So we've got some pretty intense winds up this direction here in parts of Haywood County and Crockett County, some winds around 50 to 70 mile per hour within the thunderstorm. Not all of that is mixing down to the surface though. That severe thunderstorm warning is for the chance of 60 mile per hour winds, so they don't think that it's going to mix all the way down to the ground. The thing is, whenever we talk about the mid to upper levels of the atmosphere, we sometimes have these jet streaks. So you've heard of the jet stream before. A jet streak is just a small section of the jet stream. And whenever you get to about 1 mile to 2 miles up, you start to get into those faster winds in the mid-level of the storm. So that's where we have these 60 to 70 mile per hour winds right now. We have to have very intense rainfall, though, to help translate that down to the surface. And we're just not seeing heavy rainfall in this area. It is heavy, but it's not heavy enough to really transfer that momentum all the way to the surface of that 70 mile per hour wind that we saw sampled there. But we could still see some rotation develop on the leading edge, because the thing is, we've got some of these winds in the environment coming out of the south, but these are moving around out of the west. So sometimes that can induce these little curls on the front edge of these storms. So we're keeping a close eye on just any indication of some rotation. But this is now moving sort of out of our viewing area, so we won't be covering that quite as intensely over the next little while. So looking where we were seeing that little appendage, there's not really any indication on the radar winds that we're seeing the rotation there. So that's a good news for the Adair area. Back down to the south side, though, we're seeing some gusts of wind sort of going in and out of this storm. You can see some red pockets, some green pockets, but nothing that's terribly intense or terribly tight within that storm. So that's just some areas of some of those we call them microbursts. So basically where the rain is coming down very heavy and it pushes out and creates sort of this, this fanning spread of severe winds around the area. A new severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for the southern end of that storm that we were talking about. We'll see that previous severe thunderstorm warning expire here in a moment, but the southern end of this line has been extended for a severe thunderstorm warning. Now this goes into northern parts of Hardeman County, southern parts of Madison County as well within that, as well as northeastern parts of Fayette and southern parts of Haywood County there in western Tennessee. So most of these thunderstorms have been moving east around 45 miles per hour, but we've got sort of this trailing edge here. So I'm going to slow it down to around 40 just to sort of get a better estimate of when this will arrive. So we're looking at the Hillville area. That'll be within the next few minutes here. So go ahead and be sheltered away from doors and windows. Cedar Chapel, we're around 440 this evening. Bemis around 450. 455 around the Cloverport area, and around Medon around 459. Of course, most of these areas are sort of into Madison County, just outside of our viewing area. But if you know anyone in that direction, let them know that they've got a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. Looking on the wide view, though, everything is just sort of to the baseline. So this is where we're starting to, of course, we've dropped off of on-air coverage. But we are still streaming online on Facebook and on YouTube as well. I see a few questions here on Facebook, so I'll go through some of these here. Someone's asking about Lauderdale County. Lauderdale County is now clear for the rest of the night. So we can sort of draw a line on the backside of these thunderstorms here. I'll go ahead and grab my draw tool. From Phillips County all the way through Arkansas, all the way up to Dyer County, Lauderdale, Tate, Shelby County, DeSoto County. I'll say that we're all clear here in this area. The National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center, when they have the chance to update the watch information and sometimes trim back some counties, we do see that we've trimmed out up to around Lee County and Crittenden County up to Mississippi County and points back. Phillips County still within the watch presently, but I'm seeing less and less chance for that. So also, she's so asking about the tornado watch lifted for Tate County. Not yet. Tate County still has a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. Just on the southern end there, including Senatobia, where we could see some strong winds rolling through. This storm hasn't really had much for rotation wind signature. There's nothing really showing up for a significant rotation, though we're seeing just some very broad rotation on the northern end of that. That's what I would call more of a bookend vortex. So you think like bookends on your bookshelf. Sometimes when we have a punch of wind that comes through a storm like we're seeing with this one, sometimes it can induce little areas of rotation. And I think that's what we're seeing here. Very occasionally that can produce a tornado, but this setup, this particular storm doesn't really have that indication that it's trying to at the moment. So we're keeping a close eye on that. You know, it's got sort of that notch look around the Crenshaw to Sarah area, but at this moment, it doesn't look like it's producing a tornado. So that's some good news there. Taking over on the YouTube comments. If anyone there is watching, has any questions, let us know and we'll get you an answer on the forecast here. I'm going to check in with the National Weather Service. They've been giving some information here. They're saying strong winds likely going through Haywood and Crockett counties right now. Of course, that was where we were looking at a moment ago. It's right there on the eastern side of both of those counties. Probably some strong winds rolling through that area. Even showing up there in eastern Haywood County, upwards of 75-mile-per-hour winds. We haven't seen these hot pinks much, but these are the correlation for the dark blue on the backside of these storms, where we're seeing some 70 to 75-mile-per-hour winds elevated within the thunderstorms. Of course, Jackson, Tennessee recently had a tornado roll through. There were several reports of damage in that direction. So we might be seeing severe winds coming through places that have already experienced some damage. I'm going to send things back over to Chief Meteorologist Trevor Burchett for some more information.
All right, Kit, appreciate that update. Again, just needed to prepare a little bit for the 5 o'clock news coming up. It looks like we're going to have our newscast as normal for right now, so we're just making plans for that. I will tell you, wherever you're streaming right now, we're going to jump off in about 10 minutes just to give our crew some time to prepare for the 5 o'clock news. Our stream won't go anywhere. We'll just put up some graphics for you, and then if we need to hop back on, we can. But I just want to give you that heads up. In about 10 minutes, we're going to hop off of here so that we can get ready for the news at 5 o'clock. So we're going to go away for about 15 minutes, but we're going to make sure you have everything you need to know before we do that. Again, as Kit was mentioning, what we have here is a severe weather situation ongoing. Memphis has missed the worst of it, although we do have some thunderstorms developing in Shelby County now. We have a tornado watch until 8 p.m. I say by 5:45 or 6 o'clock, this will pretty much be done and we can give everybody the all clear. But for at least the next hour and a half, until these storms can completely get out of the Mid-South, we're going to continue to watch them. I can tell you that eastern Arkansas is all clear. If you're over in Arkansas, your severe weather threat is over. Those storms have now crossed into North Mississippi and West Tennessee. So I want to start out with an update on western Tennessee right now and see what is going on. We did get the severe thunderstorm warning for Memphis and Shelby County, or for Millington and Shelby County, I should say. That has been canceled. We do have some showers now popping up, though, kind of on the back side of that. If you were with us maybe an hour and a half ago, I was mentioning we were going to have to watch the back end of this storm to see if anything kind of back builded, and it did. We have a couple of storms trying to pop up over the north side of Shelby County right now. None of those are severe, but definitely some quick, heavy downpours throughout Shelby County. Midtown and downtown are dry, but if we swing this camera around a little bit off to the north, you'll probably be able to see some of those showers that are developing. So we'll just swing this around here to the north. It's going to take a second for this feed to catch up. But again, if you are in the northern portion of Shelby County, there are a couple of thunderstorms trying to develop there. And that is definitely the case with some of those being a little bit heavier with some gusty wind in there too. So again, just north of Crosstown Concourse, some darkening sky there where we do see a couple of showers developing. But that's kind of the situation for Memphis and Shelby County. We've kind of dodged the worst of it, was just off to our north, but we are finding a couple of showers, maybe some rumbles of thunder up near Arlington right now, right over Fraser and Raleigh. That's going to be coming to the east. Highest wind is right over Brownsville right now. We have very high wind over Brownsville, Christmasville, and I-40. That's moving to the east. So if you're in Whiteville, northern Hardeman County, northern Fayette County, you're probably going to get some decent wind gusts here in the next bit as well. So that's the situation for West Tennessee. I will track all of this out for you over the next bit and just show you where this batch of storms is headed over about the next hour and a half. It's going to be near Oakland at 4:48, Pinson at 5:05, and of course that's getting out toward the Tennessee River. Parsons at 5:42, and if these storms continue to build to the back, we could get some in Selmer by about 6:15, but that should pretty much be the last hurrah, and then that'll be on out of here. So we'll see those storms continue to move out. Certainly by 6:30, this will be completely done. But for the next little bit, these storms continuing to produce some wind gusts. If you're up in Dyersburg, Dyer County, Lauderdale County, Tipton County, you're done with this. This severe weather threat is over, but storms are still strong in Haywood County. Winds up to 70 miles an hour here, right along I-40 between Mason and Blue Oval City up toward Jackson. Very high winds in that. And again, that's coming into Madison County, which, as Kit mentioned, just got hit by a tornado. We had some serious damage reported near the TBI building in Jackson and also near the Kirkland's warehouse in Jackson. If you're from up there, you know about where that is. That's kind of on the northern edge of town. And then over even on the west side of town near McKellar-Sipes, we had some damage near the airport, at least a tornado touchdown reported there. So now they're getting kind of a second wave of high wind gusts and hail. We'll zoom back down here to Memphis and Shelby County. Again, some heavy thunderstorms near Arlington and Lakeland right now, up near Raleigh and Bartlett. That's all moving east into Fayette County. There's no warning for that right now, but we are seeing some decent wind gusts and some heavy rain. DeSoto County, for now, mostly quiet. There's a little shower out near Walls, and that could amp up a little bit. Of course, the environment is still primed for severe weather, so I know we have this gap in here right now over Memphis and Shelby County, but if we can get this storm to keep developing, we could see see those storms continue to develop on the east side of Shelby County or eastern DeSoto County. So we'll watch that carefully. And then, of course, really what I'm watching most carefully right now is this storm in North Mississippi. It's kind of got that backward C shape, the bow echo shape, and that just means the winds are so strong in here that it's kind of forcing the storm out right in the middle. So north of Batesville, especially up to Sardis, Como, between about Senatobia and Sardis, very high winds in here. It could be as high as 60 miles an hour. That's going to go right over Sardis Lake and over the north side of Oxford and Lafayette County. So over the next hour to hour and a half, if you're in Panola County, Quitman County, or Lafayette County in Mississippi, those storms are going to impact you with some decently high wind gusts and possibly even some hail. Can't rule out a tornado in this, but it doesn't seem like we have that concern right at this moment. Clarksdale, more rain coming to you right now. Sardis by about 4:55, and again, that's right there on I-55. Batesville at 5:04, Lambert at 5:07, Crowder at 5:25, Oxford at 5:35. So about an hour into Oxford, we could see some high winds and heavy rain. Pope at 5:36, and then out of our area and to New Albany by about 6:15. So by the time we get to 6:15 or 6:30, it seems like this will be wrapped up. But for the next little bit, we are going to keep a pretty close eye on this. Again, we still have a tornado watch in effect for North Mississippi and West Tennessee. That goes until 8 p.m. They're going to let that go early, but at least for the next couple of hours, keep a pretty close eye on things. And of course, we will be as well. As we come up on about 4:40, 4:45, we are going to be ready to take a break here on our live stream just so we can get ready for the 5 p.m. newscast. We're not going too far. Kit and I will still be here, and if the situation warrants, we can jump back in. We're going to leave you with some radar and some graphics, just kind of give you some kind of an idea what's going on while we take a break. But again, really the biggest things we're watching is some high wind and heavy rain near Brownsville, and then some heavy rain and high wind coming into Batesville, Sardis areas in northern Panola County. We will have much more on this coming up on ABC 24 News at 5 p.m. Wherever you're streaming now, we'll have that newscast. Of course, you can watch our continuous live severe weather coverage anytime, anywhere, and that is on the ABC 24 Plus app. That is for your Roku, your Fire TV, or your Apple TV. So even if you do not have cable anymore, you can watch our stream there. Just search ABC 24 for your Roku, your Fire TV, and your Apple TV. We'll be keeping an eye on things. Of course, we'll be back here right at 5 p.m. for the absolute latest updates and information.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app, streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. The storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene, faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now. On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app. Streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene, faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now. On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app, streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now. On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app, streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now.
All right, I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Burchett. If we're not on already, we need to get on ABC and CW. This is a tornado warning, so if we're not on TV, we need to reset and do that one more time. But if you are watching us on the stream, stick with us. We'll continue our coverage here in just a bit. All right, I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Burchett. We are interrupting our regular programming. We have a tornado warning that has just been issued for portions of Panola County and southern Lafayette County. So this is going to be for that storm we were just talking about down near Oxford. So if you are in southern Panola County and far southern Lafayette County, we have this potential tornado now, indications of some rotation just to the south of Batesville, and that is what has prompted that tornado warning. So we're going to stick with you now for at least the next little bit. Batesville to the south along Interstate 55, possible rotation there. And again, that's going to be coming into Lafayette County here in just the next couple of moments. I know Oxford already getting some thunderstorm activity. That is producing a lot of wind and hail, but really the area we're concerned about for a possible tornado is back to the south of that in Batesville, at least to the south of Batesville, and some pretty decent signatures of rotation there. And you can see right there some of those reds and greens coming together kind of to the south and west of Pope. That is going to be an area where we have some spin in the atmosphere. Of course, your greens coming north toward Memphis, reds going south away from Memphis. So right in that zone, we have some spinning in the atmosphere. And again, that could produce a tornado. This is probably the most impressive signature we have seen so far today in terms of a possible tornado. So rotation is, again, just to the south and west of Pope, south of Batesville. That's coming into Lafayette County. So again, if you're just joining us, we are going to interrupt World News Tonight for this tornado warning. This goes until 6:15. So we're going to keep an eye on this through at least then. But again, that's back near Pope, Mississippi, coming into Oxford. This is moving to the east at about 40 miles an hour. So I'm going to kind of draw that zone back there that we're watching near Pope, and I'm going to track this out at the speed there. Let me get that one more time so we can get an accurate track. That's east at 40 miles an hour. So I'm going to track out this potential tornado. Now, this is going to be mainly on the south side of Lafayette County and the south side of Panola County. So mainly, this tornado concern would mainly be south of Oxford, but it is going to be pretty close there, pretty much crossing Interstate 55 right now, and it's going to ride along southern Panola County and southern Lafayette County as well. So again, if you're in Oxford, I know you're getting the heavy rain, I know you're getting the high wind gust, but we've also got a potential of this tornado on the back side of this storm. Now, Oxford, you're not in the tornado warning right now. This is for southwest Lafayette County. That does include the community of Taylor, Mississippi, in Lafayette County. But we're going to have to see what this thing does, if it's going to stay in southern Lafayette County or kind of jog to the north. But if you are in southern Panola County, if you're in southern Lafayette County, make sure you are in your safe place. This is the only tornado warning that we have right now. But again, this is something that bears watching. So if you are in those areas that we talked about, again, that's southern Panola, southern Lafayette County, you want to go to the basement or the smallest center room that you have. Stay away from windows and cover yourself with something. If you have a bathroom, a closet, hallway, something on the most interior portion of your home, that is where you want to be right now. Stay away from windows. And again, if you have pillows or blankets, those are great to cover yourself with. If you are in an apartment building, we have a lot of those in Lafayette County for the university. Again, most of this tornado concern is south of Oxford right now. But if you do happen to be in an apartment in southern Lafayette County, you want to get to the lowest floor you can and seek shelter down on the bottom floor. You don't want to be upstairs ever when we have a tornado warning. So again, if you are just joining us, a tornado warning for southern Panola and southern Lafayette counties until 6:15. Really some decent signatures of rotation back near Pope, Mississippi. And that's going to be the area that we watch. So that's on the far back edge of that storm. So there's Pope and Cortland just to the south of Batesville there along Interstate 55. And if there is a tornado, which it looks like there could be one trying to spin up based off the wind signature that we have in there, right there where those greens and reds are touching, that would be crossing Interstate 55 pretty much at the county line in southern Panola Panola County, and I think that goes into Yalobusha County south of that. So there's Enid right there, the exit to get off to Enid Lake, and some pretty decent signatures, again, of that rotation, essentially right now on top of Interstate 55. We'll zoom in here a bit closer, get some roads in here. Again, here's I-55. There's Nelson Spur Road, Chapel Hill Road. This is all in far southern Panola County, and a possible tornado showing some signatures of rotation. I do want to keep a focus on that. That's obviously our main concern right at the moment, is that storm in North Mississippi that could be producing a tornado. I do want to zoom out and give everybody kind of a notice here, because this is really the only storm we're watching. I'm going to watch Panola County. I'm going to watch Lafayette County. I think everything else is pretty much done with. Those storms in West Tennessee, they have cleared out. Eastern Arkansas is clear. West Tennessee is clear. Most of North Mississippi is clear. So I hate that we have to cover up everybody's programming. That's just how things work. But it's really just this one storm way down near Oxford and Batesville that is causing us some trouble now. Other areas, they are going to be pretty much dry and clearing out. We have sunshine in Memphis now. So this all clears out pretty quickly once this gets past you. But we got to let this storm get past Oxford before we can give the all clear. But again, the rest of the Mid-South is pretty much done with this weather threat, except for this one storm down near Oxford. So I did just want to give you an update on that. They're in the process of scaling back that tornado watch and letting it expire for the rest of the Mid-South. So we're going to watch this here. Again, this is a tornado warning until 6:15. I should note Oxford and Lafayette County, the rest of Lafayette County, is under a severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be for high wind gusts. So even if you're not impacted by this potential tornado, which is back near Pope on Interstate 55, we have very high wind and heavy rain that's coming into Oxford right now. I'm going to see if we can pull up our Oxford camera here and just get a look at what is going on. Should be able to get that up pretty quickly here. Just give me 1 second. But again, Oxford not involved in this tornado warning, but definitely getting in on some rough rain and high winds for sure down near the square. So let's get over to that. We'll see if that'll work here. We'll pop it up and see if we can get this to load up for us. Haven't used it in a while, so it might take a second to load up. But there's Jackson near Heritage. So that's right off the square in Oxford. Definitely some heavy rain. Maybe the highest wind has passed this area, but definitely other parts of Lafayette County dealing with some pretty rough weather. We're going to watch this camera here. Again, this is Jackson at Heritage, just off the square there in Oxford. Heavy rain definitely coming down, and wind is going to be a big concern as well with this. So we'll zoom back into that area. Again, this is the only storm we're worried about. Everything else has cleared out. The worst of it kind of past Oxford, so that's going to be now riding east on Highway 278 over the next bit. So if you are along 278 east of Oxford, high wind gusts are a big concern for you. But again, we also have to note that on the back side of this storm, we have a possible tornado back near Pope, Mississippi, just south of Batesville. So while the entire storm is producing high wind gusts, it's this back edge that is showing some concern for a tornado. You can almost see that little notch in the storm. That's where the wind is coming in. It's meeting with the wind inside the storm and showing a little bit of spin in there. And I'll go back to the wind mode just one more time to show you decent signs of rotation in here. And again, we're looking at the wind in the storm. Different colors, different directions. So green is going one way, red is going another. And where you have those really close together, that is showing some signs of rotation. Now, we do not have any report that this has actually touched down, which is good. We do have a storm spotter out that's finding a wall cloud, a little bit of a lowering in the cloud that could be rotating. But for right now, there's no indication that this has touched down. This is just some rotation that could produce a tornado soon. So southern Panola County, southern Lafayette County, especially near Taylor, you're the ones most under the gun for this potential tornado. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Burchett. Meteorologist Kit Thomas also with me tonight, keeping a close eye on things. Kit, you've been looking at the same storm, I'm sure, because it's kind of the only one left. But what are you seeing over there? What update do you have?
Yeah, we've got some reports of some tree damage out around County Road 103. It's right near the Sardis Lake area here, just from the northwest of Oxford all the way up to Sardis Lake. Somewhere along that line is where some trees were reported down by local emergency management. So just on the front edge of this, we have severe winds. So we could see upwards of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts moving towards the Burt, towards the Keel area, keeping that in mind. So there's both the severe wind and the tornado potential with this thunderstorm. So Oxford is sort of on the back edge of the heaviest of the rainfall right now, though you're probably still getting slammed with all that heavy rain. Out towards the Aylesville area, you're still seeing all that heavy rainfall still that direction. Of course, it's south of you where we're expecting, more southwest of you, where we're expecting that initial tornado threat. So around the Shufford area, you're up next for where we're seeing this area of circulation to be rolling through. So you can see the reds, that's moving away from the radar, and Millingtons, we're pretty far from the radar, but strong mid-level circulation can sometimes translate to the surface as a tornado. So you see Shufford there eventually towards the Cliff Finch Road area. Cliff Finch, I should say, sorry. Lovely Road, we could see that, that area. Robinson Road, County Road 397 coming out of Panola County into Lafayette County there. And Highway 315, that's Mississippi 315 right there. Right around there. So that's going to be up next, sort of where we're seeing that area of circulation to come down. So whenever we're talking about tornadoes, we want you to be sheltered in place where you are at the lowest level of your home, in a basement if you can. If you don't have a basement, an interior room away from doors and windows, exterior walls, an interior closet, an interior bathroom. Both of those are going to be good places. If you have a stairwell under a second story, that's also going to be a very structurally sound area to seek shelter. If you're in a high-rise building, if you're in an apartment building or something like that, an office building, getting to the lowest floor there possible. Getting to an interior stairwell, sometimes those are good sturdy structures as well. If you're in an apartment building, you've got an office at the base. See if you can knock on the door, get into the office of that building. So you can shelter out this storm. We're still seeing some of that heavy rainfall from this, so of course that's going to be another factor with that, but the flash flooding threat today hasn't really been as much of a hazard, as we just really have seen these storms moving at a decent clip. They're not stagnating, so we're not seeing a terrible amount of flash flooding threat from these storms, but most of these winds, I almost want to switch over to the radar site out of Columbus, Mississippi, just to get a better sign on that. On the leading edge of these winds, Oxford just had some pretty intense winds. It looks like we've got some of those strong winds moving towards the Altus area. Yocona, we're going to see some strong winds blast through the area here within the next couple of minutes, and eventually towards Lafayette Springs. Where we're looking at right here, right into those light blue colors, we're seeing just some pixels there, upwards of 50 miles per hour, maybe near the severe threat there, right around 59 miles per hour. So 50 to 60 mile per hour winds certainly within these thunderstorms at the moment. Back towards the west, though, you can see once again in sort of the mid to upper levels of that thunderstorm is where we see that rotation just right around in here. Outside of Pope, Mississippi is where we're seeing some of that rotation, and we can see that as well from the radar site to the north. It looks like it's moved just a little bit to the east in the latest radar scan. So many of these areas around our viewing area, we've seen a few areas with severe weather, a couple of tornado warnings through the day today, but this is just sort of the only one that we have left. And once it passes by Lafayette County, we should be clear for the rest of the evening and for the next couple of days. That'll be good, certainly, but we do have that area in northern Mississippi where we want to keep coverage until that threat is eliminated or eventually dies down or moves along. But still some very heavy rain and strong winds pushing through. And you can see what we've talked about this a couple of times today, that backwards C shape. You see that on this storm here where we've got that punch on the backside of the thunderstorm of the winds rushing into this storm and still producing some very strong winds. So that's where we're looking at the severe wind characteristics. It's the backside around here is where we have the tornado threat with that particular thunderstorm. So this is going to be just riding the border right there just on the southern end of our viewing area. Again, this is into parts of Panola County, eventually moving into Lafayette County, and also northern parts of, sorry, Trevor, what county is that just south of Lafayette?
That is
Yallabusha County. All right, so just outside our viewing area there to Yallabusha. But we still want to keep that in mind over the next little while. So with that said, I'm going to zoom things back out. Of course, bring in Chief Meteorologist Trevor Burchett. He's the expert on the local counties here. I've got about the 20 to 30 around our viewing area memorized, but still working on the ones outside.
Yeah, kid, and I'm a little lucky. I'm a little biased. My last TV market was down in Columbus and Tupelo, Mississippi. So those were all my old counties. So I know some of those down there. But yeah, one little storm left. I mean, everybody else is pretty much clear from the severe weather threat. We actually have sunshine out in Memphis right now. So everybody else is pretty much done. It's literally just Panola and Lafayette counties that we're watching. If you're not there, the severe weather threat's over, but we got to stay on to watch this storm until it gets out of the area over the next 30 to 40 minutes. So we'll zoom back in and show you again, this possible tornado is right there on the Yalobusha and southern Panola County line near Water Valley. So coming up to Water Valley and then eventually northern Calhoun County. It's going to kind of ride right along that southern county line of Lafayette County. So Oxford, you're not involved in this tornado warning. You definitely had the high wind. You definitely had the heavy rain. You still have some of that, but the worst of it's passing you now. And it's this little area of a tornado, possible tornado, that's going to go south of Oxford. So again, while Oxford, you have gotten some pretty nasty weather of some heavy rain and high wind, that possible tornado now is going to be just north of Enid and coming into Water Valley. So this is going to be far southern Lafayette County, almost out of Lafayette County, and again, more so northern Yalobusha and northern Calhoun counties over the next bit. I will say Batesville, Cortland, Pope, you're past this threat. If you're along Interstate 55, this storm has passed you. Now the concern is over there near Shuford in far southeastern Panola County. As we go back to the wind mode, you can see right in there where those colors are really brightening up, right on the county line between Yalobusha and southern Panola County. That is our possible tornado, and it's moving due east. So Oxford is actually way up here. It's behind the tidal bar right about there. So that storm is going to go way south of Oxford, at least the part that has that potential tornado on it. So we'll watch it for the next little bit. It's moving east at about 40 miles an hour. We'll track it out here over the next bit. Again, this is south of Oxford. This possible tornado is not coming into Oxford, more like Water Valley at about 6:08 and then Springdale, Mississippi at 6:11. So Oxford, you might be hearing some sirens out there in the next bit. You probably got some alerts on your phone. But this rotation, possible tornado, you see it showing up there a little bit better in green where that rotation signature is indicated, is going to stay well to the south of Oxford. Now again, Oxford, you've gotten the heavy rain, you've gotten the high wind gusts, but this possible tornado is going to be to the south of you. It's pretty much right on the northern side of Enid Lake. I don't know if you can kind of see that outline right there, but right there, that is Enid Lake, and that possible rotation is just on the north side of Enid, and it's going to be coming up to Water Valley in the next bit. So hopefully nobody's out on Enid right now. I don't think they would be with those thunderstorms that have been coming on down. But on the north side of Enid Lake, right along the county line, Panola, Lafayette County lines toward Water Valley, that's where this thing is going to be headed. So zooming out just a bit and showing you what else is going on, we'll go back to the regular radar mode. That's definitely the strongest thunderstorm we have. There's probably some hail right in there to the north of Water Valley. That might be more of what Lafayette County and Oxford get, is a little bit more of the heavy rain and the hail. I know Oxford, you just got some heavy rain. There's probably going to be some more of it on the backside as this second storm kind of clips you. But that possible tornado on the far southern edge of that warning on that county line, just about to cross over from Panola County into southern Lafayette County. I'm going to zoom in and talk about some roads in here where this rotation is going to be headed. And I'll switch back to the wind mode just so we know for sure where that rotation is. Zooming out just a little bit, maybe not as impressive as it was. You see those colors definitely not as bright as they were just a little bit ago. I'll actually back this radar up just a little bit. Right about there. So we definitely had a better indication, and I think it switched over to the Columbus radar, so that's why it looks a little bit different there. But you could definitely see where we had that rotation. Let me see if I can get it to go back to the Memphis radar here. There we go. So that's where the rotation kind of started, just south of Cortland at about 5:47 or so. And then as it rolled forward, see it's almost going a little bit to the south, that couplet that we call it, where the red and green is right together, right on the north side of Enid, coming into Water Valley. So again, Oxford, Lafayette County, part of the county is in that warning, but that possible tornado going to be down near Water Valley. So we'll keep an eye on this for the next little bit. Technically, that tornado warning does go until 6:15. We'll see what happens with that. But again, this is far southeastern Panola County. That's the Panola County line right there. And then this is Lafayette County. So crossing right over at County Road 397, County Road 386, there's Mississippi 315, way down almost into Water Valley. That is about where this possible tornado will go. And again, I don't have any indication that this has actually touched down, which is good. But definitely some high wind gusts in there as well. And you can see that little inflow notch in the storm really indicating some of those winds coming in to help feed the storm. And that can help to add a little extra rotation in as well. I want to switch over to the hail mode because we definitely have some pretty decent hail in here too. These are the hail tracks over the last 2 hours. We had some near Oxford a little bit ago, and then this storm has really been ramping up in southern Panola County with some decent signatures of hail over the last little bit. So even if a tornado does not touch down here in Lafayette County, we definitely have the potential for high wind gusts, heavy rain, and some hail, probably a good bit of thunder and lightning. If we switch back to the lightning, you see those two separate thunderstorm updrafts. One just came through Oxford, very, very heavy rain and high wind, and then that second thunderstorm back here. I know on radar it almost looks like one big thunderstorm, but when the lightning is separated like that, you can tell that it's two separate thunderclouds. You got one right there and then one up here. Now they are starting to combine a bit as we see it move further into Lafayette County, but two really strong thunderstorms in here working together and producing some heavy rain, high wind, and some hail. Waiting to hear from the National Weather Service. Haven't seen anything at the moment. We're keeping an eye on this at least until 6:15 or so. But as we come up on our 6 o'clock newscast, what would normally be our 6 o'clock newscast, we're going to keep an eye on this thing until about the next 10 or 15 minutes, see what it does. But again, this is a tornado warning. Southern Panola, southern Lafayette counties until 6:15. Meteorologist Kit Thomas, he's also here with me. He's been watching that radar too. Kit, still showing some signs of rotation. They're coming pretty close to Water Valley. That's why we're going to stick with this thing.
Yeah, a couple areas of some severe hazards tonight. We've got that area of rotation, like you said, near Water Valley and east of Oxford, significant severe thunderstorm winds going through. We've got a considerable threat for 70-mile-per-hour winds just north of Tocopolo. We'll look at that area of potential for some heavy wind rolling through between Altus and Lafayette Springs, north there of Highway 278. You see that bright pocket of those bright blue colors, and even that one little pixel there of some darker blue colors there showing up. That's upwards of 75-mile-per-hour winds showing up. And that's a few thousand feet into the air, but it could be translating down to the surface as at least 70-mile-per-hour winds. So still very strong winds, and could see more widespread 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some over that. So that area has been upgraded to a considerable threat for that severe thunderstorm warnings. They're cleaning up some of the warnings around this area. And I think you're right, Trevor. This has sort of taken a little more of a southward jog. I'm not going to say it's turned south, but just over the trend over the last 30 minutes or so, we've seen that area of rotation taking just a little bit more of a southward trend. I'd say it's maybe heading around 95 degrees east. So that is just very shy of our viewing area, but still in the area where we want to be very cautious of that area of rotation. So what I'm looking at is this area of rotation where the winds are going away and towards. These are still several thousand feet up. That can translate down to the surface, that area of potential for a rotation, which could turn into a tornado. So Water Valley, if you live around this area, you probably know some folks who live down towards the Water Valley area. So let them know. You can send them our stream if you'd like, or you can just let them know that they need to be seeking shelter as this storm is pushing through the area. We are watching stream on Facebook and YouTube as well. Getting some folks who are in Oxford as well, so who are watching. So the Oxford area is sort of on the backside of this. We're not seeing as much of the strong winds there anymore. They have moved on outside of Oxford and continuing to push in towards areas towards Thaxton. Probably that's where we're seeing the next area of some strong winds, but still some heavy rainfall around that area. Looking on the wide view, of course, Memphis, we are in the clear. Not a whole lot else happening here for the rest of the night. Out towards McNairy County, Alcorn County, nothing else happening out there. There is still some light rainfall outside our viewing area, sort of north of McNairy, but not a whole lot else happening. You can see, though, that thunderstorm has taken on more of that supercell structure characteristic. If you ever want to identify, it's not a sure bet, but if you ever look at the back of your left hand and you see sort of that how your thumb curls around and your fingers push forward, that's the shape of a supercell thunderstorm, and that's what we've got showing up here. So we definitely have some of that updraft rotating that's producing that potential for a tornado to drop down at any moment. So whenever we talk about tornadoes, we always encourage you to seek shelter at the lowest level of your home, most interior room of your home. And Trevor, my eyes are starting to venture over here to this eastern storm.
And they're going to put a tornado warning on that right now.
Yeah,
I was just
right
about
there
to call it the same thing. And as we were talking about it, definitely some new signs of rotation right there. Kit, I'll let you talk about that. But this is a separate area east of Oxford now that is also rotating. It's quickly moving out of our area. But that right there, you were talking about the wind a minute ago, but now it looks like that could also be rotating again. That's east of Oxford near Thaxton, and there's that new tornado warning, Kit.
Yeah, so that new tornado warning, we'll get that info on your screen here. So we've got the that new warning that just popped out. So of course, we were keeping an eye on this. This is into counties of Lafayette, Pontotoc, and Union County until 6:45. So we've just started to see that push of wind has sort of created this bookend vortex. We were talking about that earlier this afternoon if you were watching with us. So we've seen these winds just going from the northwest to the southeast there, just on the north side of Oxford. And so that has sort of induced this area of rotation on the northeast flank of that storm. And that's why they've got that new tornado warning that's just been issued around that area. So some strong winds are also possible. So there's a couple of threats with this. Strong winds and tornadoes are possible with that storm right now. So with that, I'm going to zoom in on the radar because we've probably seen sort of, again, that left-hand rule. You start to see that hook where you see that updraft that's rotating. It's pulling in the rain back around the storm. And that's where we get sort of the spiraling motion of the tornado to form around that area. So the Ecru area downstream of this storm, New Albany, I'll say you're on the northern side of this. With general storm motion, it hasn't really been moving northeast, so I'd say that it's probably not going to move that direction. But Thaxton, Ecru, eventually Sherman, Mississippi are going to be next up in line. You can see we've got some pretty strong winds within this too, right there around County Road 252. 60-mile-per-hour winds showing up from the Columbus radar site. So that's definitely some strong winds there. And that's what's sort of on the backside. The winds are going the opposite direction, around 11 miles per hour. So a difference of about 70 miles per hour of this rotation within the thunderstorm. And of course, if you think about, a figure skater pulling his arms in as he spins, it accelerates that wind. So of course, that's possibly going to create a tornado that could be much faster than 60-mile-per-hour winds with that storm. So again, Thaxton, if you're north of the Thaxton area around Highway 346, we'll get some of these county roads here popped onto the screen so you can see Highway 346 there. We've got Highway 355 here and 336. And then eventually that'll be going up towards Highway 15 around the Thaxton area. So still some pretty intense thunderstorms with the new potential for a tornado to drop down from that storm. And then the backside storm, it's not quite as intense there, but this is starting to move out of our viewing area once again into some of our border counties that some folks might still be watching around the area. Trevor?
Yeah, Kid, I just wanted to show you also what's happening in Memphis right now. I know we are doing our continuous severe weather coverage. Normally, we would be talking about some regular news headlines for ABC 24 News at 6. We had some storms in the Memphis area earlier, especially up near Millington, really high winds, but this just goes to show you how quickly these will clear out. They're not going to last all night. Once they hit you, they'll last 20, 30, 40 minutes, and then they're going to be out of here. And for most of the area, this is done. The rest of the night looks great. It's really just this one batch of storms. So if you're in Memphis, DeSoto County, eastern Arkansas, western Tennessee, you're clear for the night. Most of North Mississippi is done too. It's literally just Lafayette County and then over into Pontotoc and Lee County that we're going to have to watch. But that storm is still packing a punch, and we're going to stick with it for the next bit because it is still showing some intense signs there. Regardless of if there's a tornado or not, we have very high winds within this storm. Could be on the order of 60 miles an hour with some hail. We were watching this area back near Water Valley. That has a tornado warning on it until 6:15. That area is still showing some signs of rotation. It's kind of bounced just a little bit into northern Yalobusha County and northern Calhoun County, but it is just on the county line of Lafayette County as well. So that's why that warning includes part of Lafayette County. This is well to the south of Oxford, this possible tornado. But then what just came through Oxford with the high wind about 30 minutes ago is now trying to produce a tornado as it's moving into Union and Pontotoc counties. So that is why we have a new tornado warning. So we have two separate tornado warnings. One is for an area of rotation near Water Valley. One is for an area of rotation in far eastern Lafayette County. Oxford and Ole Miss are not in either one of these warnings. I would say the severe weather threat is pretty much over for Oxford. We still have some rain on the back end, but that is clearing out. I think Oxford is pretty much done after that severe weather potential. I know we've got some questions from folks in the back about what we're going to do with our 6 p.m. news. We're staying with this for right now. If we can get some news in, we'll take a break and come back out to it. But for right now, our focus is going to stay on the weather as long as we have warnings in effect. Again, this one's until 6:15. This one technically until 6:45, although I do think the threat is leaving our area, and that will hopefully be trimmed back pretty soon. But we will take a break before we reset everything. I know it takes a second to get everything reset. I want to talk about this part of the storm here for a second because this is what just came through Oxford. Very high wind associated with this. We probably have in here, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds easily. That's now leaving Lafayette County. There's Thaxton, there's Highway 278, and Pontotoc is right below me. So this is now an issue for Pontotoc County, which technically we don't cover. We do not cover Pontotoc County. That goes over to the Tupelo television stations. But that just goes to show that it is leaving our area. Very high wind, though, going to right along 278 over toward Pontotoc and just to the south of New Albany. And this is an area that has started to show some signs of rotation. Man, right when it left Lafayette County, that has really ramped up in there. The new scan even more so. That is a really strong sign of some rotation. But that is now out of Lafayette County. It's now an issue for Pontotoc County, and it's going to continue to move away from our area. Lafayette County and Oxford, that's the last area we cover. So once it crosses into Pontotoc, we hand it off to Tupelo to cover. That area is now out of our area of responsibility and is now into Pontotoc County. So hopefully by 6:15, they will cancel that warning for Lafayette County. We do have that other area of rotation, though, near Water Valley, still showing up just a little bit on the north side of Water Valley there, but definitely not as intense as it was just a few moments ago. We'll see what they're going to do with that. Looks like we're going to get an answer here in the next 2 or 3 minutes on that situation of what they're going to do with this tornado warning, because this one is set to expire at 6:15. We will see if they let it do that. But to me, that signature not looking as impressive as it was. I would still hang out in your safe place, though. You can see just how much more that signature stands out on radar. Again, that's now in Pontotoc and Union counties. That's up near New Albany. So again, that's leaving our area. As soon as they drop either one of these warnings, if they can get both of these off our map, we'll do a little bit of news. We'll go back to regular programming, and this will be done for the night. Once this storm leaves Lafayette County, we are done with severe weather. We are not going to have any more pop up, but for at least the next 5 or 6 minutes, we're going to keep watching this. I do want to give the all clear for this part, just so we can kind of kiss it goodbye. This area of rotation is out of our area, and it's moving away. So for Oxford, that's no longer a concern for you. It looks like what they're going to do with this storm here is put out a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is a step down from a tornado warning. So what that tells me is they're agreeing. When we said that it was kind of weakening, they're agreeing with us, and they're not going to carry over that tornado warning. They are going to issue, though, a severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for far southern Lafayette County. So it does look like here in about 5 minutes we'll be able to take a break, get a couple of